Good morning. What's going on? How are we doing? So I'm having some issues getting on Criddle today. He just keeps crashing. It loads in and I'm in the middle of the world, crashing over and over and over and over. So it seems like he's stuck. And I'm not really sure what to do about that. I guess I can log in another character, but it just keeps crashing. Let's try to log in another character. Character already in the world. Wonderful. Wonderful. Oh boy, oh boy. You know, just one of those things. My goodness, my gummies are all stuck together. There we go. I think I got a couple of them free. Maybe. All right. Let's try to get back in now. All right, let's try it. I guess I'll petition that I'm stuck on Criddle. Let's see. Average wait time about 1 minute. GM issue. Character stuck. Falling through the world. I mean, I'm just stuck. Stuck in geometry. We'll submit that. Failed to submit. Please try again later. There we go. All right, let's go try to get some wood. Wood. Wood, 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 wood. Wood, 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 wood. Oh, there's DM Clancy. Move that out of the way here. Good luck on stream today. Thank you so much, Ketalone. How are you? Do. All right. Looks like Clancy's going to try to fix it for me and move Criddle. We'll see if that works. Hopefully it does work. I don't know why he's getting stuck like that, though. Like, he literally is just stuck and doesn't, it doesn't move at all. Let's see what happens. Okay, Criddle logs in, and that works. All right, that worked. Hey, what's going on, Colt? How are you? Have you considered leading a community guild with all the subs here? Might be fun. It could be fun, yeah. I have considered it. I don't know how big or how popular it would be. I mean, we get a lot of people that come in here, but not necessarily a lot of people. I don't know. Maybe people would like it. I don't know. Now, let's get over here. Overall, I think the community is nice here. Be fun to game with them as well. Yeah, it would be. I feel like most of the people here that come in here are pretty solid peeps. You know, you always get those bad apples, but that's going to happen. That's gonna happen. All right, let's see. Do we want to do linen bandages? No, I think I need to save my linen because we got to do. I think Vor still needed another satchel, didn't he? think he did. Let's see. Padded leather gloves. Let's put those over here. Do you have the general recommendation on what to sell and what loot to keep? Like to vendors? What you should sell to vendors? Not really. I mean, all of your junk, like there's a lot of like early in the game, there's a lot of bug parts. You're going to get spider legs and spider silk you can use if you want to level tailoring. Otherwise, you might as well just sell it. And like the beetle eyes, stuff like that, you pretty much just want to sell most of that. You can keep some of it if you really want to, but it's not really necessary. We got 4 sets of this blight pauldrons. Wow. But yeah, it's just not really necessary to keep all of that stuff. Oop, not disenchanting. We need this. Cloak. This exceptional agility cloak. Let's do that, I think. We can do magic resist. Okay, let's do exceptional agility. Doink. Did I fail? I think I failed. I failed again? No, I didn't. Okay. I was about to say, what the heck? Whoops. I'd be like, I can't fail that twice. It's light blue. Is it astral and then arcane, or arcane and then astral? This is enchanted. This is astral. And then arcane and then astral. Yeah, astral. So I need this and this and this. I'm going to try to make an enchant for my chest piece or legs. Let's go try to do that. Let's give it a go. Bum ba bum 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 ba da ba da bum ba da bum bum ba. Hey, what's up, Isar? How are you? I was stuck in the world, by the way, from last night when we teleported. When we, what the heck's going on my camera? There we go. When we teleported or evac'd out, my character got stuck in the world, and I tried to log in this morning multiple times, and I could not log in. I had to get a dev to move my character, which is a big pain in the bootski. In the bootski. Okay, let's see what we can make. Chest or legs? You too, Fallen Pass is broken? Yeah, it's kind of weird. I don't know what's going on with that. All right, so chest. What can we make for chest? We can get minor. We can get health. So I could do greater health, which is, I think, 25 health. Or legs. Legs would be strength or stamina. We can make both of these, actually. So let's make one strength. Do we want strength or stamina on the legs? Let's do strength, I guess. Stamina doesn't help me out too much. Let's do strength. One strength, and then chest. And we'll do one greater health on the chest. Okay. So, cloak, agility, boom. Greater health on the chest. Boom. I can log in if you guys want to do something. Sure. I'm down for whatever. I would like to try out Kaz if we have the people to do it. If we have somebody that can tank. But if not, I mean, I'll play whatever. I can even play the wizard if we just want a DPS. I'd like to see how the wizard's doing now, if they've made many changes to it. I still feel like it's not great. Wait, what the heck? Did my health go down when I put these on? What in the world? But yeah, I'm down for doing whatever, Isar. If people want to log in and do stuff, I'm happy to do that. And if not, I will end up playing my, probably my Beastmaster some. Come on, give me some skill ups. Silly game. Give me the skill. I might be able to make the highest tier backpack soon, which would be one larger than what we currently have, which is really annoying though, because then you'd have one extra spot down here. You know what would be really cool if they did is like a backpack that has a lantern slot on it. Like where you can hang a lantern on it so you don't have to put it on your pouch. Want to try to bring Gith to Grimtide and camp him out at a safe spot so I can farm the name? Sure, we could try to do that. I'm down for that. Hey, do you need any bags, by the way? Or are you set on bags? Because we've been getting a lot of linen lately, so I've been making bags. I made some for Dory and Vor. They should add a helmet with a candle on top. I mean, I think that would be a good idea too. Yay! I need better bags for Gith's bank. Okay. We can make better bags for your bank for sure. I'm working on making like the really good ones. Do you just want backpacks? Like I can give you backpacks for sure. Like rawhide backpacks. We'll have to work on getting. Let me see what I can make with the padded leather canvas. Because we're getting to the point, we're getting close where we can make the padded leather canvas. Let me go see what if I can make them yet, or the bags. That'll be the best bag in the game, but it'd be I'm probably gonna fail a bunch on them. I was asking for different types of backpacks. One with a light, one with a spellbook slot, one with an extra large slot. I mean, that'd be nice, yeah. Like, what if they made a backpack, right? Like, here's your backpack, and you had, like, your normal backpack stuff. This is what's inside of your backpack. And then they had 3 slots on the bottom. One was like hooks, right? So you could have, like, 3 different hooks, and you could put on your tools, like a tool belt, or you could hook a lantern to it, you know, something like along those lines. So if you hook a lantern to the backpack, and it would just hang off the back of your backpack for a light. That, I think, would be really cool if they added something like that in. So backpack, I can still only make the leather backpacks. I got to get a little bit higher to be able to make the canvas or the padded leather backpacks. Wait, what? What was that? Enchanted padded leather. Okay. Padded leather strap, padded leather canvas, padded linen. I think that'd be a really cool idea, though. We got lots of cool ideas, guys. Lots of cool ideas. All right, let me grab some rigid stone. We will grab... We do want to do 30. That's 120. Let's do that. Let's do it. Do it. 20, 40, 60, 80, 120. That'll make us 40 of those. Or 30 of those. Oh, Sorry, some guy was sending me messages. Well, he was asking if I had anything for his some of his characters. Let's see. Let's do shopping. Shopping stones. Craft all. When did I become a thrift store? When you started giving me a bunch of stuff. It's all your fault. You go camp stuff, you give it to me, and then I start handing it out to people, and then they're all like, hey, you got stuff? Hey. I don't mind handing out a bunch of stuff. I don't mind at all. I mean, what am I going to do with most of it? It's all going to get deleted in 6 weeks anyway. Did they stick to the deadline? They're planning. Yeah, they're planning on game coming out in October 1st. That's still the plan. All right, so we've got an Invis potion. Should I buy more food? I think I'm good on food for today. We got an Invis potion, Invis versus Undead, and then a bunch of Vitality potions, which I haven't been using. I need to use those. I heard you had stuff, but what about things? Nope, just stuff. No things, just stuff. Speaking of 6 weeks, no way we're getting all those reworks before early access. And they said previously no tuning was happening until reworks were all done. Have they updated that thinking? Nope. Yep, Wizard is going to be pretty abysmal to level on release. You are not incorrect. I don't know what I'm going to do right now. As of right now, I'm still probably going to play a fighter. My question is, am I going to do a fighter and duo with like a cleric or a shaman or something? Or am I going to do something else? It's, yeah. I'm having a tough time. Will they have a no-box server on release? Yes, there's going to be boxing servers and no-box servers. Make sure you're filling out that server survey if you have not done it. They really, really want people to fill this out. So Monsters and Memories, Community Hub, Server Interest Poll, keep me logged in, log in. They really want people to fill this thing out as much as possible. They're not getting nearly enough feedback on this server poll right here. And they really, really, really want people to do that. So if you have not done that yet, get on that and do it. Because that's going to dictate what servers we get. All right, let me check. I can make more Invis potions, but I don't have the stuff with me. All right, let me go camp. I want to check my other things here. Is this bot a default thing now? The Twitch commands showing up in chat? The bot... Oh, so you're talking about the restream? Yes, that is going to be happening. It's not default, no. It's not. It's a thing that I set up so that people on Twitch can read what people on YouTube are saying and vice versa. So everybody can see what everybody else is saying. People have asked me, like, who are you talking to? And sometimes I'm talking to people on YouTube. Sometimes I'm talking to people on Twitch. And people were getting confused. So I've set it up so you all can see each other's messages. Uh-oh. What's going on with this guy? He's not logging in. There we go. Okay, we got strength serum. Let's put those on here. Strength serum. Potion of the Grave Walker. Let's put a couple of these in here. Charisma. Let's give those away to somebody because I'm not going to use them probably. Grave Walker. All right, I think we're good. And then stamina. Stamina potions. All right, let's just do that for now. Sure. Does it work for Kick too? Does what work for Kick? Oh, for like transferring the stuff for Kick? I think so. If I were to stream on Kick. I think so, yeah. I don't stream on Kick. I am against Kick. Maybe. What's up? I can try. I don't understand why it needs you to be logged in on Discord to play that game.
You have to be on you have to be in the Discord server.
I understand that. I don't understand how that's functioning that way. It doesn't make sense. Give me a second and I'll come look at it. But I don't see how one is looking at the other, buddy. On a computer standpoint, that doesn't make any sense. All right, give me 1 second, guys. I need to fix something on my son's computer. All right. Sorry, my son wanted me to log into something, and he claims that it has to be logged into Discord to be able to play a game, and I'm like, that doesn't even make any sense. All right, let's go over here. Like, anybody ever heard of that before, where you have to be logged into a Discord server to be able to launch an application? Has that ever been the case for anything? I've never heard of that. Never heard of that either? Yeah, I have never heard of that in my life. But he claims you have to be logged in to a Discord. You have to be on a Discord server to be able to log in or to launch an application to play a game. And I was like, what? Only for some sort of reward, like a Twitch drop? Yeah, that would be like a reward thing like that. But I've never seen them like linked together like that where, like, I guess if it's like a Discord app, then that makes sense, but it's not a Discord app. It's not like a game that's only on Discord. It's literally like a application on the computer. I don't know. It's really strange. I think this is how kids get in trouble with stuff all the time on Discord, where like kids are getting into Discord channels that they should not be in, and it's because somebody is telling them that they have to log into a Discord server to be able to do something on their computer, and it gets them into those Discord servers that they should not be in. No, it's not that it's using Discord for voice. It's literally to launch the application, is what he's saying. It's this Mario Universe thing. It's this right. I'll show it to you. Mario Universe. This right here. Or maybe it's not this right here. It's the Multiverse. Sorry, Mario Multiverse. It's this Mario Multiverse thing. And it's like a, I don't know, probably billions of like viruses and stuff. I don't know. Required to get the demo. So yeah, but once you download it, do you need it? Like, that's the thing that I'm confused on. Like, you log in to you get on the Discord to download the game. You shouldn't have to be logged into the Discord to play the game, right? Like, that's where I'm confused. Maybe to update it. Maybe to update it. That's where, like, anyway, I gave up. I was like, I'm not dealing with this right now. Like, you can't spring this on me and like, and expect me to just be able to fix it immediately. Something that I logged in and I got him playing it. It was like a year ago. And then all of a sudden he's like, I want to play it again. Like, what? No, okay. Well, we set that up a year ago and you haven't had any issues until all of a sudden today. Hang on a second. My goodness. Everybody's asking me to do stuff today. Anyway, what are we doing? Are we trying to get a group together, Isar? Are people even around to make a group? Oh, nice. Haktua. Isn't that kind of dated at this point? Like, that didn't last. That didn't last very long. Can you aerate my lawn? I wish. I wish. The creators utilize Discord as their primary infrastructure for securely distributing and user accounts. Yeah, it's just weird. Like, I've never seen it before. Anyway, whatever. I'll handle that. I'll deal with that later. Like, he's got plenty of games to play. What's the verdict on the new classes released? Fighter's okay. Not a lot of change there. Just some updated things, a few additional abilities. That's about it. Overall, slightly more defensive, but the same DPS, if not more DPS. So they didn't really do what they said they were going to do, which was lower the fighter DPS. But they did make them more defensive if you choose the right skills, which I don't know how I feel about that. I don't think classes should be like flexing into other roles the way in which that they currently have some of them set up, because some classes can flex while other classes can't, and it makes it very, very, very unbalanced, because then you have like a class that can be a DPS or a tank or a DPS or a healer, and then you have other classes that can only be one thing. And then it feels bad, you know, like, so, yeah, I don't know. It feels bad. Feels bad playing a class that can't flex into something and not really being better than a class that can flex into something, if that makes sense. Fighter got some things that makes them better DPS if they're a tank, which seems weird. Yeah, well, I like the idea of making them a better DPS while they're tanking, because they are a tank. So it kind of it reinforces the role of you are a tank, which is nice. Server will be shutting down in 10 minutes. Awesome. Well. But yeah, I wish that they would reinforce the roles for some of these classes a bit more. Like, the tank needs to be a tank. Like, I wish they got riposte instead of, you know, when you are tanking, you get a proc, which then allows you to use another ability. Like, that just feels kind of weird. But having just a riposte ability so that you do damage back to your attacker periodically, I feel like would end up being a better way to do it. Right now, you get like the Vengeance, and then you can spend Vengeance on things like Frenzy, which gives you attack speed increase. So, yeah. I don't know, it just feels kind of weird. I'm curious, too. This reads that you get a Frenzy of attacks, dealing 120% weapon ratio up to 5 times, and increasing your attack speed by 10%. So, I don't think this part stacks, the last part. It's just going to be the damage. But, yeah, anyway, you really want to get basically Frenzy up just for the buff, and then you get some extra damage with it as well, is fine. But, like, as long as you have, so Frenzy does this, right, which is 120% weapon damage, or you can do Feint, because they're on the same cooldown, I believe. So as long as you have like 3 stacks of, I'm gonna try something too. I want to see if I can actually gain skill. I want to have something hit me. Something hit me. Let's go over here where people aren't at. I wonder if this will allow me to gain block. If I get a bunch of things hitting me. A bunch of low-level mobs. Oh my gosh. Monk is Monk. They got more things. It stuck in a nerf saying that Double Feign wasn't meant to be 100% aggro drop, and community didn't seem to throw a fit. Happy for the nerf to Feign Death personally. Yeah, Feign Death being 100% was way too good, right? Like I think most of us can agree on that. Where is the second wind? I want to use that. I'm curious if this will increase my block at all. I got the 225. I'm curious if this will. Patch notes in game announcements. Oh, good. Fix the bug with providing blessing when cast repeatedly. Oh, good. I'm glad that they fixed that. Is that all they fixed? Or is there more? Oh, there's several things. Fix spell books, losing their spells when moved. Okay. Fix glinting hollow entrance. I don't know what was broken with that. We haven't zoned in for a little while. Fixed NPC stealth. Fixed the grudge haft. What did they fix on that? The stacking part of it? The blinding part of it? We'll have to test that out. Minor illusion wasn't removed cleanly. Model would return on relog. Prevent falling through the world when changing equipment while on a donkey. That's very specific. Taunt is again sold on monk spell vendors, and then cleric. Fix the bug, providing cast okay. Fix the bug where receiving a blessing while sitting or meditating would cause the cleric to stand up. So wait a minute. Fixed a bug where receiving a blessing while sitting or meditating would cause the cleric to stand up. So is the bug fixing it to where the cleric now doesn't stand up? Or is the bug fixing it where you aren't supposed to are you supposed to be getting a blessing while sitting or meditating? That's the question. Like, I don't think you should be getting it while sitting or meditating. Lowered the mana cost for Circle of Healing spell line, and servers restarting. It permanently blinded you? Oh, that's not good. Well, hopefully the grudge haft. Well, see, yeah, we'll see what happens when they fix it, Isar. We'll see. But yeah, this right here, I'm curious what's going to happen with the cleric. Are they supposed to be getting a blessing while they're just sitting down and meditating? That seems odd. All right, did we gain any skill here? Block is still 225. I don't know that we gain block from this. You hope they fix the lamp? I doubt it. That lamp, I don't even think they realize the lamp is bugged. I really don't. I'm pretty sure that they broke that when they did the update. So if you go here to this and you scroll up, I think somewhere in here we have torches. Here we go. NPCs now use torches if they spawn with one. They will properly be lit while using it. When you kill them, you can loot the torch, but it will not be fully charged. Looting the torch will now make your corpse lose its light. This right here, I'm pretty sure, is what broke the lamp. I'm like 99% sure that's what broke the lamp. Whatever they changed here, and it's basically what it's doing, I think, is making it to where NPCs now equip and use that lantern so that it becomes a -1 or a 0 out of -1 or whatever the heck it becomes, and it makes it used for that lantern. So then whenever you actually loot it, it's used. That's my guess. That is my guess. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure you don't know what else to do. Nothing. There's literally nothing else you can do. You have to like send in the bug reports and just hope and pray that they see that kind of stuff. It's yeah, it's not really the best system, but I'm 99% sure this is what broke it. Well, I think part of the issue is it's not that they're not looking at it, it's that so many people are sending in like fluff bug reports and just so much garbage that they have to sort through. That's what I think's happening. There's just a lot of things that they have to sort through. Where's a good place to go shamelessly beg for a key? Discord, forums, Reddit. That's where most of the other people do it. I wonder if you have to... Yeah, blocked right here. I feel like you have to get a block for it to... I don't know how that works. I wonder if you have to have a chance to block. Like, I haven't gained any skill. But yeah, I'm curious how this works with the cleric. I want to log in a cleric and just like spend a bunch of mana, have him sit down and meditate and see if he still gets the buff. Like if they just get this, if they randomly receive a blessing while sitting, that's kind of, seems kind of silly, right? Doesn't it? Well, let's read this while we're waiting for the thing. On policy. Good morning, community. We made it to Friday. How long is this? Holy moly. Okay. Hang on one second. Another playtest before October. They said maybe, but no plans. There are no plans currently for another playtest before October early access. But it is always possible. Right, let's quit out of here. Close that. Is this just a restart or... Are we downloading an update here? I'm imagining we're downloading an update. All right, we'll give that a minute while we read this other thing. So a new policy, I guess, from Trent. Let's read over this and see what it is all about. Good morning, community. We made it to Friday. Just think, only 7 Fridays left before EA. Today, I'd like to talk about moderation and the appeals process. First, a word from our sponsor, yada, yada, yada. All right. Monsters and Memories is a game in beta. You should expect things to change, hopefully for the better, but there may be some growing pains. As such, here's a change to the Play Nice policy. So changes here. This is the Play Nice policy. The former policy was progressive penalty system. I do recommend everyone read this policy, by the way, if you're planning on playing this game, especially on the PvE server. This is very, very important information to know because there will be people petitioning you, or you could possibly petition somebody else for not playing nice. I do think that this policy needs to be updated quite a bit. There are some things that are still kind of not really in the best place, in my opinion, but they are continuing to take a look at it and update it. And this is one of those such updates. So we're going to kind of read over it. Former policy is progressive penalty system. Most violations follow a 4-tier escalation. First is going to be your warning. So educational response explaining the violation with policy guidance. This is something that I've seen personally. Somebody, a GM might send you a message and say, hey, you're not supposed to be dual boxing or something on the server, or you can't use automation software like your mouse or keyboard automation. They're going to send that to you and say, hey, that's not allowed. Just so you know, please stop using it. That will be what they're going to do for that first warning. And then they're going to watch to see if you continue to do it. If you continue to do it, you're going to get a 3-day suspension, complete account suspension with clear expectations for return. So there you go, or clear exceptions for return. And then 14-day suspension for the third one, extended suspension with termination review. And then finally, if you continue to do said action, then it will be a permanent ban on your account. So that is if you do it literally 4 different times. So I feel like they're giving you ample time to fix the issue. Of course, if you're not doing that, if they message you and say you are doing something that you are not doing, this is the time to explain that and say, hey, I'm not doing that. What can I do to resolve the issue? And try to figure it out during the warning. If you don't talk to them about it then, and you just get suspended, and then you get a 14-day suspension, and they do a permanent ban, and you've never once said, what can I do to fix it? You never tried to open the dialogue or anything, then they're probably not going to fix it for you. Definitely open that dialogue as early and as early as possible to get them to know, like, so you both know that you're on the same page. That's what I would recommend, and just be like, hey, I am not doing what you said you're doing. How can I prevent getting flagged for this in the future? Because I don't feel like I'm doing that, and kind of open the dialogue. Don't be mean about it. Don't be rude about it. Don't start cussing them out and all that kind of stuff. That's not going to help your case. Just try to open the dialogue and understand where that is, because I personally have been privy to this kind of situation. I have had the devs contact me just recently about botting, or not botting, about macros and using automation software. I have not used any form of automation in months for this game. I have done it previously in the past on the alpha and then early beta times when we were trying to work through some things, but I have not in the last 3 months, I don't think, maybe more, used any type of automation. But I did get a message from Trent just the other day saying specifically that I cannot use automation, and I wasn't. So I made sure to let him know I am not using that. Please let me know how I can prevent it in the future, that kind of response. So I recommend doing that. I haven't heard anything since, and that was several days, maybe a week ago now. So I haven't heard anything since. I'm going to assume that I'm good on that. But I don't know. So anyway, not all penalties will follow this structure. Updated policy. So this is the new updated policy. So progressive penalty system. Most violations follow progressive moderation. Warning, educational response explaining the violation of the policy guidance. Suspension, complete account suspension with clear expectations for return, and then permanent ban. So 3 strike is what it, I guess, is changing to. Not all penalties will follow this structure. The reason for this change is that we are hamstrung by having hard numbers, and this gives us more flexibility to do what is appropriate instead of following a schedule. So they're basically taking away the 3-day, 14-day, and then permanent. They're just kind of saying that you have some sort of suspension and then a permanent ban. So a 3-strike warning, nothing happens, a suspension of whatever they deem necessary for that type of action, and then a permanent ban following that. If you violate the Play Nice policy, you should be contacted by customer service, GM, and told why. This comes both in-game and through email. When an action is applied to your account, there is a generic "you did bad" email that is sent that does not have a lot of details. Generally, we will follow up with an email with more details, but if we spoke to you in-game, that may not happen. In any case, at that point, any future discussion of the action will be done over email. So I have also had this very similar situation happen to me. I actually did not have a GM contact me in game. I just had my account suspended. It was a 24-hour suspension for stuff. And when that happened, no one talked to me in game, and I was just sent an email that said that I was suspended, and it told me why. I then talked back, responded to that email. We went back and forth a little bit. Anyway, that's been clarified at this point, and we've moved past that. But that is basically how that works. They do. I did speak to Sean actually about this, and I said, hey, just want to make sure. I think that you should have a GM contact the person in game when something happens. Now, of course, if it's a really bad situation, then they might just send you out and not talk to you. That totally makes sense. But in most cases, a GM should contact you and say, hey, here's what's going on. Here's why, et cetera, et cetera. That's my personal preference, is to be able to actually have that open dialogue. So anyway, seems like that's the direction they're going with that, and somebody should contact you. Let me say this again. Further discussion of the action will be done over email. So you don't sit there and argue in-game about it. Make sure you send them an email and kind of let them know through the email process. When you decide to take it to the forums, Reddit, or Discord, that complicates things. I totally agree with this. Don't take it to the forums, Reddit, or Discord, and then just start blowing up on people, because then they're just going to ban you on the forums or Reddit or Discord as well, right? Take it to email, figure out how they want to communicate, and go for it that way. It's going to make things a lot smoother for everybody. This is not censorship or hiding anything. I'm not telling you not to do those things, but happy we will come. But happy will come of it for us or for you. Okay. I don't know. Did I read that wrong? Anyway, players who tend to do this spin things their way, leaving out critical bits or crucial bits, and that only reinforces the original decision and may lead to escalating moderation. So again, if you want to go, what they're saying here, in at least how I'm reading this, if you want to go to the forums, to Reddit or Discord and say, hey, here's what happened, you, I guess, can do that. They're not trying to hide anything, but if you want to communicate with the devs, do it through the email and talk to them that way. I would recommend doing that first, and then if you have to, I guess, going to the forums or Reddit. I just don't even understand why people go to the forums or Reddit and get on there and just kind of blow up things, because of course everybody's going to have their own perspective. It's going to happen, right? I have my perspective on the reason that I was suspended for 24 hours, and I'm sure the other people have their reasons, and both sides are probably right in some ways, and both sides are probably wrong in some ways, and it's up to the devs and the GMs to figure out who's right, who's wrong, why, etc. So there you go. That's basically how that works, and it's never going to be a fair system, ever. It's going to be, depending on how things are worded, depending on how, what the devs see and the GMs see in their tooling, all of that kind of stuff, it's going to change. Of particular note is that if you decide to start DMing developers on Discord about your name change, we will automatically escalate moderation. Again, stop making stupid names. Really, like, seriously, you know you're doing it on purpose. Stop making these idiotic names that are very childish. You know for a fact that you're doing it and you're trying to whatever you're trying to do, and they're inappropriate, right? You know you're doing it. You know it's inappropriate. Don't get mad about that. That is silly. They are busy making the game, aren't generally aware of customer service issues, and cannot help you. Therefore, appeals. We use email to communicate actions done on an account, and if you want to appeal that action, you should reply to the email that you received. Internally, when we get an appeal, it goes to the entire CS team, and someone who is not the original CS who did the action will review and respond. Again, in my personal experience, this is exactly what happened to me. I was suspended for a 24-hour period. I did the appeal process, sending the email back, and then a different GM responded to the appeal process, and we went from there. So that's basically how that works. Everyone on the team has a chance to review, and we discuss outcomes with the team before someone responds. There is no little ego involved in this. I believe this is absolutely not a true statement, but that's just my opinion. I think that there is a little bit of that going on, personally. I feel like and this isn't like an attack to the DMs or the devs or anything like that, but there eventually you get to a breaking point, right? If a GM is having a bad day, they are getting a lot of silly, frivolous petitions, they're probably going to start to get shorter and more snippy with the player base. This has happened more times than I can count. I've already seen it. I've seen it in real life. I've seen it in this game. I've seen it in a lot of other games, right? Like I see it everywhere. People get snippy with other people just from them having a bad day. I don't think that maybe the ego thing is the right way to say this, but the point that I'm trying to make is that people, like, on both sides, right? If you're having a bad day, if the GM's having a bad day, everybody needs to just kind of chill out and be like, okay, let's take it a case-by-case basis and try to move forward. I know that I am susceptible to that very much. Like, when I have a bad day, I usually take it out on other people around me. It's not a good thing. Let's not do that. Let's try to reel that in and not have that happen. So anyway, that goes on both sides, not just the GMs, but also on the community side. Again, just stop being the people that we are, because we end up being kind of rude. Anyway, I've had my actions overturned, and there are no grudges or hard feelings about that. We sometimes get it wrong, and the appeal lets us correct that. So they are admitting that they do make mistakes, which I love. Thank you so much, devs, for admitting sometimes mistakes are made on both sides, right? We as the community members make mistakes. GMs make mistakes. And I believe that's the point of the whole warning process, right? They have a warning up here as the first initial response, and then they escalate from there, so that you know that's the reason for that. So I personally appreciate that. I know that this is not an easy job for the GMs or the devs that are getting involved in this. Customer service is not easy. I have worked in customer service. It sucks. People yell at you all the time, and you did absolutely nothing wrong. You just are trying to resolve the situation, and you just get yelled at for no reason. I've had things thrown at me before when I worked in customer service. Fights break out. It's not a fun situation, especially on the customer service side. So I appreciate the devs and what they're trying to do, and the GMs, what they're trying to do. Try to be nice to them, because they do put up with a lot of crap that they don't need to be putting up with. So kind of it goes on both directions, but definitely on the customer service side, like I feel for those guys and gals, whoever is on the customer service end of that. Let me explain. No, there is too much. Let me sum up. Okay. I don't know where that's coming from. If you violate the play nice policy, you will have actions applied to your account in an escalating manner. If you have actions applied to your account, please appeal them using email. If you appeal, someone other than the original person will respond to you after the appeal has been reviewed. Please do not expect good outcomes if you decide to take it outside of the email process. Absolutely do not ping DM the devs over it. This one, I want to like everybody to understand this one more than anything. The devs are not the GMs all the time. Sometimes the devs do step in for the GMs, but the GMs are a separate entity. And when you're just sending like messages to devs constantly, it's just making the game develop slower because they're having to read those and deal with those, and it just escalates things. Don't do that. This is literally the Karen, and I don't like using that, but this is literally, can I speak to your manager kind of Karen situation, right? Don't do that. Like, you know you did wrong. And if you're trying to escalate it because you did wrong and you're trying to find somebody that agrees with you, you're probably not going to find that. It's not going to happen. So yeah, just don't do that. I apologize for anybody named Karen. I hope that helps. It's a community-based game, and you will come into contact and conflict with other players. Keep that contact respectful while considering the community as a whole will generally prevent you from ever having to know more about these systems. Oh, also, don't cheat. You know what a bug is, and continuing to use a bug becomes an exploit. This is another really big one, in my opinion. People find an exploit, and they're like, well, it's in the game. I'm going to keep doing it. No, that's not how that works. If you find a bug, report the bug. If you can repeat the bug, tell them how you can repeat the bug, and then move on from it. Like you don't need to continue to do it over and over and over and over and over to get them to realize that it is a bigger problem. Just report it. In this case, I say maybe even go on the forums and post about it. Let more people know about it, and hopefully it gets to the devs a little bit faster. I have seen many bugs that just stay in the game for a very long time when using the bug system, like /bug or whatever, petition, and then go down and do the bug. Some of these bugs are staying in far too long, and hopefully they can get on them. But yeah, if you keep using them over and over and over and you get caught, that's on you. Someone wanted me to put this in here too as a reminder. A campfire does not indicate a camp. You having a campfire doesn't mean it's your camp. The lack of campfire doesn't mean that it's not a claimed camp. This one right here is one that needs to be continued to revised, is the camping situation in the game. There are many locations where I personally feel that a full group could utilize a larger portion of the area, or several smaller groups, but it needs more revision, because if there's a full group of 6 players in an area clearing the area, and then one solo player comes up and says, I stake claim to this camp, and then a dev comes in and says, yep, these are different camps, well, that's very unfair to the full group, right? Now you have 6 people that are limiting the amount of that they can pull so that one person can pull some more stuff. And there are places in the game where it just feels really bad because they haven't been designated as camps by the community. They haven't been designated as camps by the devs or the GMs. And it feels really bad. I know of one place in particular, but there are many others, I'm sure, throughout the game. There's 3 different tents. Those are considered to be 3 different camps. One group can easily clear all 3 tents, but a solo could probably clear 1 tent by themselves. And what ends up happening is if you have a full group there clearing the 3 tents and one person shows up, they can stake claim on 1 tent, which limits the amount of mobs for that full group to 2/3 of what they previously had. Then another solo player can come up and stake claim to another tent, and now that party of 6 is down to 1/3 of the mobs that they originally had, and it just is a very unfair way to play the game. So as far as the play nice policy is concerned, it's not very play nice. It's very one-sided. So that's kind of where I think some things need to change. But at the same time, the GMs are trying to make the game better. They're making it more fair for other players. So try to work with them instead of against them. The more you argue with them, the more you go against them, the less likely they are to help you in the future. So that's pretty much all I want to say about that. All right. Opposite could also be true. If a solo player is camping a tent, a full group pops in. Who gets dibs? The solo player. Yeah. It's whoever's there first gets dibs on that camp, right? The problem is a full group could be at the camp. It's always a problem, full group losing a camp to an individual player or a duo or something. It is rarely a problem that a solo player is camping like 5 mobs and a full group comes in and just starts taking those mobs. It can happen, but it's more often the other way around. The reason it's more often the other way around is because camps have not been designated by the devs. They're kind of a guess, right? They're kind of a guess, and it is not fair. It is absolutely not fair. Servers are restarting after the patch. Are we not getting an actual patch? Can we log back in? Let's see. So anyway, I guess we are able to log back in. Cool. Server's back up. Check the lamp. Yeah, let me go check the one that I have. It's actually on my other character. Let me go check it. 6 people are probably too much for a lot of camps. They are. 6 people is almost always too much for most camps in the game. Sometimes we don't know a thing is a bug, like FD 100% FD. Everyone assume. Well, that one you can't do anything about, right? If FD is working 100% of the time, FD is a skill that you have. You can't just not use the skill. Like that's not a bug or an exploit. That's just something in the game that's not working as intended, but that you're not exploiting it by using FD. What they're talking about is when you have like a pathing exploit. Yeah, they didn't fix it, Esar. It still says -1. Like a pathing exploit that you are able to make some mobs path a certain way, and then you stand up on top of like a building and the mobs can't get to you. You clearly know that's an exploit. And then people continue to use those exploits. They're going to get banned. Split apart the group to grab the different camps and not lose XP. That's kind of the thing, right? Like that's what's silly about it. That's where it kind of irritates me. Is you could do that if you, let's say you have a 3 camps, 3 tents that are all considered to be 3 separate camps, and you have a party of 6 and you're fighting them. And then what if somebody comes up, a duo comes up and decides they want to claim one of those camps? You could then say, nope, we've been here first, and you have 2 of your people split off from your group and go camp that camp, and then 2 other people at the middle tent, and then 2 other people at the far tent, and now you have 3 groups, at 3 different tents, but now you have 6 people. And that's where it becomes kind of one of those, this isn't really a fair situation. And that's where I disagree with the dev or the GM's decisions, because I have literally seen that happen where a trio was fighting an area and killing all but 1 mob. There's 10 mobs at the location. They're killing 9 out of the 10 in a respawn. They're not killing 1 mob, so a GM comes in, a new player comes in and says, I'm going to also kill these because you're not killing all the stuff. I'm a solo player and I'm going to start killing that. You say, no, we're camping this. Petitions happen. GM says you have to share the camp because your group of 3 is only killing 9 out of 10 mobs. Therefore, you have to share the camp. Then that one player goes in and starts killing 8 out of the 10 mobs, and now the trio is stuck with only 2 mobs every round. So now you just went down from 9 mobs every round to 2 mobs every round because that solo player was told by the GM that they're allowed to have access to that area. That's where it becomes extremely unfair for the trio that was there clearing the content, possibly for hours, doing the content, and it's never been an issue. And then it became an issue because somebody forced their way in, and the GMs say that it's 2 separate camps or whatever the heck they want to say, right? That has literally happened. Yeah, that story actually happened. Exactly. It happened. I've seen it happen myself. I've been part of it. eStar's been part of it. Many people have been part of situations like that. It's an unfair thing that's happening. So what would happen in that situation is you say, okay, well, we're going to take our trio and we're going to split it up into 3. Now we have 3 people camping these mobs. Now what? And it just becomes more of a problem, right? Try to share a camp if you can, sure. Try to invite a new person to the party. The problem with it is, which I have said many times, those 3 people are clearing 9 mobs. Cool. There's 1 mob left over, so if that solo person wants to kill 1 mob every round, by all means, have at it. But the other option, which the GMs want you to do, is invite that 4th player into your party. Now you kill all 10 mobs. Well, the 4th player is going to increase your TT or decrease your TTK, and now you're able to kill 12 mobs in a round, but there's only 10 mobs there. So now your overall experience goes down. So now it's worse for you. No matter what happens, no matter what the outcome is, it ends up being less experience per hour for the 3 players that were already there and claimed the camp. Because now they add a 4th player in, and now you're splitting the XP between the 4. You see where my problem comes in. And that's the issue with the XP values right now, is that there's very little incentive for that to add new players to your party, because you're losing XP due to how they have the camps currently set up and their play nice policy currently set up, which pushes people to smaller groups, solos, duos, and trios, rather than full parties of 6. Now, some people will say a full party of 6 should go into a dungeon, blah, 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 blah. So now you have people that are dictating how you're supposed to play in a full party of 6 and how you're supposed to play when you're solo or duo or trio. And you see where the issue continues to get worse, right? It's just kind of a nonstop thing. I feel like this is just a gentleman's agreement. I feel like it's not worth it to moderate this sort of thing, but that's just me. I mean, yeah, I agree. It is kind of a gentleman's agreement. I think people need to stop being like crappy, to go up to them and be like, hey, I'm taking this camp because a GM said that this is a camp that I am allowed to take from you. That's poopy on their part, right? That's terrible on the community members. They should just be like, okay, people are camping this area. They're clearly camping this area, and that should be a respect thing from the community, but it's not. The problem is people in the community, some don't respect that, and then they will be the first to petition you. Not because of camps, but we had a druid asked to join our duo today. I was cool with it, but the other player was like, our XP will go down. I had a good time, but our XP went down. Yeah, absolutely. Your XP is going to go down when you add additional players to your party. Every single time. And I really hope that devs are listening to this, because I have said it countless times, and people are starting to figure it out, that a full party is worse than a party of 5, which is worse than a party of 4, which is worse than a party of 3, etc. You're better off. If you can, the fewer number of players you can have at a camp, the better off you are. Every single time. So just, if you can solo the camp, do it. If you can duo the camp, do it. I would not recommend adding any new players to your party. And I don't like that. I don't like that. I think you should always be willing and want to ask to have more players added to your party. So, yeah. There needs to be a bonus. Stop the stick, give a carrot for grouping. Absolutely, there should be a bonus. I 1,000% agree with that. Why the devs are so bent on not giving incentive to a group. Instead, what they're doing is the opposite of that, which is they're trying to disincentivize or de-incentivize solo and smaller groups. They're trying to push people out of solo and small groups by making the game more difficult rather than encourage full groups by giving them a bonus of some sort. So there hopefully will be some fixes in the future. Better gear comes from more challenging camps that are deeper inside of dungeons. Better XP from inside of those dungeons through like a Zim modifier of some sort. Those kind of things. So I keep saying this over and over and over because I really want the devs to hear it. I really want them to understand what's happening, at least from a player perspective. Now, they might think something different is happening with their tooling and their level. They're watching people and how quickly they're leveling, and they're seeing all those kind of things, right? Like, how long does it take for a player to reach whatever level? They're looking at it from that perspective. I'm looking at it from a player perspective, and it doesn't feel good. It's not a fun experience. Oh, there you go. There's a bonus, but it's so bad. Math is terrible. Yeah, there is a bonus currently. Discourage grouping in a grouping game. Yeah, well, they're not discouraging the grouping. They're trying to discourage smaller groups, solo and duos. They're trying to discourage those to push people into larger groups. But right now, what's actually happening is the larger groups are getting less XP. So why would anybody be in a larger group? Once you figure that out, once you're able to see the difference and feel the difference, people, as they get higher level, generally start to get into smaller groups because they realize they're getting more gains per hour in smaller groups. So that's what's basically happening, and it doesn't feel great. We need more challenging content. We should want full groups for safety. That's another, that is what they're currently doing, right? That's the current direction, is let's make the entire game more challenging, which I agree with. Make it more challenging so that solo, duos, trios have a tougher time. But the XP values are so much better and they're worth it that there really isn't that much of a risk. It actually becomes more challenging the more people you add to a party. Is what's currently happening in the game. So what I mean by that is, if you get 6 people in your party, you have to pull exponentially faster, like much faster. You got to chain pull mobs. So that means that you have to have a risk of having more mobs in your camp, which could wipe your party, just to maintain the same XP rate of a smaller group. That's the issue with it. So a small group might have like 5 mobs that they're pulling, and they pull one at a time, and they're okay with that, and they're doing it very casually, taking a break every few minutes to meditate or get their mana back, etc. Calm down, take a drink, eat a sandwich, whatever they want to do, and they're able to maintain whatever XP per hour. Meanwhile, a full group can take 0 breaks. No one can go AFK. If one person messes up, it's a full wipe, and they have to pull extremely quickly to maintain the same XP per hour. It doesn't translate very well. So, yeah. Ever heard of Tibia? It's an open PvP game, so the dynamics are different, but usually in Tibia, there's a huge guild that claims every hunting worthy camp and demands gold in order for them to leave. Yeah, that sounds awful. They're trying to prevent that in this game. Whether they will or not, I have no idea. So, we need the Eye of Zorn ability to fight, sing in camp while traveling to pull separate rooms at a time. Maybe, yeah. There's a lot of things that you could do. You know, another thing that kind of irritates me with this, by the way, is replacing group members. This is another one that they took away the ability to easily replace group members. Now, according to the Play Nice policy, if you leave your camp for any reason, that camp becomes free-for-all. Another group, another player, whatever, can come in and take that camp. So, let's say that you're deep in a dungeon. I am deep in a dungeon with my party of 6, and all of a sudden, my healer has to leave. Okay, the healer can gate out, sure, but how do we get a new healer into the dungeon to where we are camping? Well, we need to fight to the entrance. We fight to the entrance to get our new healer, to swap them out. We swap out the healer, we fight back to our camp, and now we find out that the camp has been taken over by another group. Who now has claim to the camp? According to the Play Nice policy, the new group has claim to the camp because the old group left the camp to replace their healer. Seems kind of crappy, doesn't it? Like, I feel like that's pretty crappy. You're still there. You're still in the zone. You're just replacing one member of your party. So they have made it more difficult to replace members and then also punish you for replacing those members. That seems kind of bad. Is there still no Koth in the game? They removed Koth. It was in the game. They do not want it to be in the game. They have specifically removed it. So, yeah. Feels bad. I could have sworn I saw something about be able to leave a camp and pull further stuff and not being an issue. So, no. You can pull further stuff if you... So, like, let's say I'm in a camp. We're gonna pull up a paint. Right? You're in a dungeon. Let's say, you know, you're in a dungeon like this. And you got like this, and there's gonna be like this, and then like this, right? This is my crude dungeon. Okay. For example purposes, you have a camp here. You have a group of mobs here, a group of mobs here, and a group of mobs here. And this is the zone line over here. Let's say that you, as your group, come in. One group, party of 6, comes in, and you sit right here in this camp. So your party of 6 is, we'll do this blue, a blue color. This is your group. You're killing these mobs, you're able to kill these mobs, and you're able to kill these mobs. You're pulling all of these. According to the devs, the only camp is this one right here. That's one camp. This is one camp. This is one camp. Those are 3 separate camps, according to the devs. But your group is able to easily pull all 3 of these. If no one else is in the dungeon, your group can pull all 3 of these no problem. If another group decides to come into the dungeon, they come in and they go here and they start camping this. Doesn't matter if they're 1 player, 2 players, 6 players, doesn't matter. They can start camping this. You now only have this this camp and this camp. Those are separate. All 3 of these are separate camps. So now you can only pull these 2 because this group is now camping this. This group can also pull from this camp over here if they want to, because no one is claiming this camp. You can only claim 1 at a time. That is the current problem with it. Now, if, let's say, you are in this dungeon, there's a lot of extra mobs that are all scattered out through here, and you need to replace a healer, and you decide, I'm going to leave here, I'm going to go all the way to here, and now I'm here waiting for my healer. This group from over here now moves over here to this camp and starts killing these, right? And you decide, okay, well, I've got my healer. Now I'm going to go back. Oh, crap, this is now camped. You lose this camp because you left and went to the zone line. That's how the DMs and devs have deemed it in this game. Very bad policy. Because they don't give us the tools to replace members of our group, so therefore you just lose the camp. Yeah, bring out the paint. Exactly. As long as done in a timely fashion. Yeah, what's a timely fashion? How quickly is that allowed? Like, that's the thing. There's no definition for that kind of stuff. And I'm pretty sure in the Play Nice policy it says that if you leave a camp, I'd have to go back and find it, but in the Play Nice policy it says that if you leave a camp for any reason, so there's two conflicting things there. Play Nice policy. Harassment, creating, exploiting, real money trading, naming, account sharing, our philosophy, camp defining rules. Indoor camp, a named mob and any mob within sight of that named mob is a camp. The problem with this is exactly what I just said, is that there's not very many mobs in sight of that named mob. So you can only have that named mob and maybe like 5 mobs around it for a whole full group of 6. Not nearly enough mobs. Let's see. Camp ownership. Establish the first individual, solo, or group actively engaging. Priority continues as long as the player or group remains actively engaged. That's the problem with it. As soon as you leave the camp, you are no longer actively engaged with the camp. So multiple camp situations. If a camp exists in an area with some the unclaimed mobs become free for all, which is what I just kind of explained to you. For example, if there's 3 camps and a group occupies A, B, and C, both groups may pull from B because you're at camp A and they're at camp C. Both groups can pull from B, which is what I just explained. Let's see. Players camping extremely extended periods. They'll be checked on. And let's see. Cycling other players into a group at a camp is fine. You are not required. So this is fine if you can cycle them into your group, right? Not leave the camp and come back, bring them to your camp. That's fine. But you cannot, once you leave your camp. Losing priority. Leaving the immediate area for extended periods. This is the problem with it. What is the definition of extended period, and how does it conflict with right here, remains actively engaged? Those two are conflicting statements. If you are no longer actively engaged, you are no longer at that camp. What's an extended period? How long is that period? If you go to the zone line and come back, does that count? Does that not count? Etc. What if you go to the zone line, you're waiting, it takes that person an extra couple minutes to get there, etc. Right? So anyway, you see how these are just, there's a lot of conflicting statements that need to be worked out. That's kind of what I'm getting at. It's a pain in the butt. Just make Call of the Hero zone only and give it a cooldown. It's 2026. They already tried that and they didn't like it. Call of the Hero was like a 20-second cooldown and zone only. Then they made it a 30-minute cooldown and zone only. Then they removed it from the game. So, yeah, take that up with the devs. I don't know what else to tell you about that. How do you target stuff outside a zone? Yeah, you can't. Can you leave a camp babysitter? I guess if you can leave one person at the camp who is actively engaged in it, but can they be actively engaged in that camp inside of a dungeon? I'm going to say probably not. And keep it active. It isn't in game anymore. Yes, they took it out. Indeed, you'll have to leave a person. Exactly. You're going to leave a person at the camp that claims the camp, but they have to be actively engaged in that camp. So if another group comes up and every mob has spawned and that player is just sitting over in the corner like a monk feigned death, they can't claim that camp according to the Play Nice policy because they are not actively engaged in the camp. So that's the rule, right? So then that other group would come in and petition. They are not actively engaged in the camp. We came in and claimed the camp and are actively engaged. So that it's just so many different issues with it. The community needs to come around and explain and try to get to where they are. Like, the community needs to decide how that's going to work, rather than the devs trying to enforce it. And then the devs need to say, okay, the community has deemed these are camps. These different locations are camps. And then enforce what the community has decided. And I think that's where we're trying to get to, but it's not working very well. Don't mess with the monks, right? They have to implement an elementalist level 20 summon spell. Well, they already had one, but they took it out. Honestly, if you were waiting and said, hey, we went to get the cleric group and be right back, and people took issue with that, that's on them. I agree, Meat Laser. Yeah, absolutely. The other group needs to respect, hey, you guys have been camping this for a while, you're just replacing a player, etc., and do that. But I have seen it many times where the other group does not respect that. They just go in and they start camping something. I personally have had that happen to me. I'll give you the example of what happened. There was a group of 6 people camping a mob. 5 of those people decided to leave. 1 of them decided to stay. That one person sent me a tell and said, hey, would you like to come to this camp? My group is leaving. My tank is leaving. You want to come tank this? They were trying to keep the group going. So they asked me if I wanted to come. And they said, do you know anybody else that wants to come to the camp? And I said, let me find out. So I found 5 people to replace the 5 people at that camp, in addition to the 1 player that was still there. So that 1 player effectively got 5 replacements for their party that they were already at. We all showed up. We made a group of 6. Another group decided to come in and attempt to take the camp. None of that group of 6 was part of the original group. And they tried to just barge in and steal it because they're no longer actively engaged in it, because that group came out of the camp to get the replacement people to go back into the camp. And it became a whole thing. So, yes, it absolutely does happen. Thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it, bud. That's why I've always said to have instance dungeon places, no camp issue. Yeah, the instance dungeon is a whole other thing. It's a whole other ordeal. I mean, I'm not saying that instancing won't fix it, but people like to have they want to have stuff where, like, the game, when you start instancing things like World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy XIV, the game starts to feel less like less social, and it feels different. It feels different. We're going to run into issues, especially at launch, with overcrowding. I don't see a good solution. I don't either. There isn't a good solution. There's going to be a lot of issues with overcrowding. And the devs right now, I feel like, are trying to force it on the player base, unfortunately. So it's the whole thing is just feeling bad. I think this is where the social side of the game comes in, and some players not coming from EQ Games don't get it. Absolutely, yeah. Don't get a bad rep in these kind of games. Be respectful. I agree. Be respectful of other people. I've been in a camp for 30 minutes and had people show up and say they had it claimed. It goes both ways with people being weird. There's clearly a gray area that no written sentence will resolve. Yes, I agree with that. Yeah, if there's a group at a camp, right, they leave, it's clearly open, you go in and you clear that camp for 30 minutes, that means you've done at least 3 rounds of mobs at that camp, and then a group comes in and says, hey, we're camping this, we've been camping this for 5 hours or whatever. They left it up. That's an extended period, I would imagine, so that they do not have claim to that camp. Shouldn't have claim to that camp. But, yeah. It sucks because without instant stuff, games usually, EverQuest for sure, encourage people to be extreme buttheads. They do, yeah. Yep, that's true. Make it where fires are used for claiming camps, even if a player isn't there. Then when a group is done, they can remove the fire, signifying it's now open. That's literally what Trent said in that post, is that putting a campfire does not claim the camp. It just does not do it. Yeah. This is why you need a camp babysitter. Yeah, but the thing is, like, that still goes back to a camp babysitter is not actively engaged in the camp. That's the problem with it. What you need to do in that situation, right? You have 6 players at a camp. You're trying to replace a player. You send one player out to help bring the other player in if you can, using Invis or IVU or whatever. Yeah, that's how you'd have to do it. That would totally be abused. Yeah, the campfire thing would be abused. Why? So I can just put campfires in 3 different locations and now I can claim 3 camps? Yeah, they can't do that. That would be bad. Campfire creates radius. Only group members of that campfire can damage stuff in it. I mean, sure. FD is a pulling tool, but if a monk or necro is FD a really long time, that's another issue. Yeah, exactly. That becomes a whole other issue. So there's too many issues with it. It's going to continue to be an issue, which is why Trent continues to post these things. This is not the first post by Trent, by the way. Like, this post right here that they have from Trent is not the first time. If you scroll up, you can find another one from Trent. He's made multiple posts on this stuff over the past while. Were they in the news? I don't know if they're in news or announcements. They might be under announcements. Yeah, there's a Trent. Hello, community. Monster members in beta expect things to change, etc. Several ongoing concerns. So he makes this post there. But yeah, he's posted many times, like, you're only supposed to use the petitioning system. And, like, I mean, I get where Trent's coming from, but at the same time, that's part of being customer service, dude. I hate to say it, that's part of being customer service. You're going to have to continue to repeat yourself over and over and over and over to every single player. Not everyone reads the forums. Not everyone reads Discord. It's going to continue. So I know it sucks for him, but that's what you've signed up for with that job. That's the job of customer service, is repeating yourself. Same thing when I stream every day. I answer the same questions over and over and over. Is it tedious? Yes. But I've signed up for that as a content creator, as a streamer. So I try not to get mad about it. It can be frustrating, though. Server restarts are a great example of their policy isn't good enough. Obviously, if you have a server restart, you can't be active. Exactly. That's another issue. Yeah. A server restart, they need to... Hopefully once early access starts, we don't have these situations. Isar, if you want to do something, let me know. I'm going to switch over to my Beastmaster, but I'm happy to do something if you want to. But yeah, server restarts. Okay, well, now every group has to fight out so that they're safe so that they can log back in and fight back to their respective camps. That basically is a full reset on camps. Is that fair? Not really. You know, that's a whole other thing. You're in Grimtide? All right. I mean, I can come out to Grimtide if you want to do stuff there. I'm good with whatever. I don't know if we have a group to do Grimtide with. Always going to be rude and selfish players. Doesn't help to over enforce everything. It doesn't. Yeah, there's always going to be rude and selfish players. Absolutely. You're not wrong. So anyway, that's kind of what I wanted to point out. So yeah. Camp the Beastmaster named Giant? We can. Yeah. Did you want to camp that? I want the crown so I can give it to Kaz, steal his crown. Sure. We can camp that. If you want to. People don't even say thank you anymore. They sure don't. They sure don't. No, people do. Literally, as you said that, I looked down in chat, and there's a person right here that says thanks. But you're not wrong, right? You're not wrong. A lot of people don't say thank you anymore. Getting back. All right, yeah, I'll get on Criddle. Do you want me on Criddle and you on Gith, or do you want me to get on Kaz and you try get on Isar? Or because if we do Criddle, we'll have to pull 3 mobs. You want me on Criddle? Okay. We have to pull those 3 mobs that are next to that that particular thing. You play Gith? All right, sounds good. Let me run. What's the fastest way? I guess the fastest way is going this way. I don't know. I don't know what's fastest. Wait, where are you at? Did you want to auto follow me, or you good? I'll go over to Shaded Dunes. I'm still shocked that there's nothing in their TOS about account sharing. There is, and there's not. You're saying there's nothing against it in their TOS. They do mention it. It is mentioned. I can show it to you if you want to see it. It's at the very bottom. So monsters and memories here. Policies, play nice policy. Yeah, they basically say if anything bad happens, you're responsible for it. So it's all the way down here. Where did I see it? I thought it was all the way down here at the bottom. Maybe it's not all the way at the bottom. But it is in here, I promise. Here, let me try to do it this way. We're gonna do find. I don't remember how they worded it. It's in here, though, I promise. I found it previously. Yeah, literally, 7, account sharing. It's right there. So, account sharing is not sanctioned. It is highly recommended that you never share your login information and that you maintain a 2-factor authentication on your account. Account sharing is the #1 cause of compromised accounts, mass blah, 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 right? Account bans due to severe disruption are often linked to account sharing. We are realistic by the fact that players will share account information despite the risk. While we will not take the action against shared accounts, we will not provide assistance for issues arising from a shared account. So that's basically what they're doing. If you want to share your account, share your account. You're allowed to do that. But if somebody that you share your account with gets you banned, that's on you. That's pretty much it. They don't care. So they're fine with selling accounts? No. That falls under a whole different category. So if you go to here, policies, play nice policy, real money trading, strictly prohibited the form, selling or buying in-game currencies, items, or characters for real money. So selling your accounts is not okay. Account sales or transfers between players, not okay. You cannot do that. Boosting services, not okay. So you cannot sell your account to another player. You can give your account to another player for absolutely no money, no exchanges. You're allowed to be like, I no longer want to play the game, have my account, and hand it over to them. You can do that if you want to. That would be account sharing. Hang on one second. I'm trying to figure something out. Blah, 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 blah. It could be a family member that plays your account, a child, maybe yours. Exactly. That's perfectly acceptable, Larry. You're allowed to do that. Like I have access to, I don't know, 6 or 7, 8 accounts on Monsters and Memories. I have access to that. But if I do something on that account to get it banned, they will not. The devs. If one of those people go, hey, Criddle got on my account and did this thing and it got me banned. It wasn't me. They did it. It doesn't matter. They don't care about that. So if you allow your child to play on your account, perfectly acceptable. But if your child does something that gets your account banned, you need to take that up with your child. The devs will not resolve that issue because you gave access to another person, is how that works. And if you get $500 for a completely unrelated reason, that's totally fine. Yes. They gave me $500 for a high five, but I'm also friends with them, so I gave them my account. Totally separate reasons. Right? Like, it becomes a whole thing, right? It becomes a whole thing. Barter away your account? Yeah. Said no selling, didn't say no trading. It said there's no trade. You can, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, there is no real money trading is what it is. You can't trade for goods or services or money is what it's supposed to be. Key giveaways are on Friday, right? Yes, every Friday the devs do key giveaways. Yes. Let's see. That's the way it should be for sure. Yep, I agree. Here comes the rule lawyers. Yeah, the rule lawyers are definitely gonna rule lawyer the heck out of it, which is where this whole conversation started. Whew, had to sneeze there. Pretty sure the Play Nice policy has no rule lawyering section in it. It does not have a rule lawyering section. The entirety of the Play Nice policy is going to be rule lawyered. All of it will be. Constantly. Bless you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. No case. I'm the I want fine details so I know what not to do, which can come across as trying to skirt around things. I get you, yeah. I'm kind of the same way. Like, I'm not trying to rule lawyer things, but I would like to have more fine details, and they can't really explicitly state every single case scenario. So it's tough. It's tough. Yeah, I want yeah, like it would be nice if somehow we knew how to designate camps. Like that's kind of my biggest issue is who's camping what. The devs or the GMs or whoever wrote that up has it written in such a way that it's not beneficial to a full party. It actually hurts full parties because a camp is that named mob and mobs you can see in that area, right? I'm going to go to a camp right now, and I want you to tell me if a full group, if it's good for a full group or not, based on this one particular camp we're going to. It's not. It's clearly not good for a full group. So it's going to be a rhetorical question. There's only like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mobs you can see from where that named mob spawns. 5 total mobs. That's not enough mobs for a full group of 6. Now the argument could be, is that camp specifically made then for a duo or a trio? Which is an argument, you know. But then, okay, what's a good camp then for a party of 6? That kind of thing. They need to play in full groups and see how bad it is. Yeah, I don't know how often the devs or GMs actually get in the game and play in full parties, right? And not just play in a static group full party. If I'm in a static group full party, of course, I can go do kind of whatever the heck I want to do, and it's not really an issue. But when you're in a group where there's a lot of turnover, a lot of players that are coming in, going out, having to replace party members, like play in those situations, it changes things. When closed beta is over and early access starts, will all characters' names be up for grabs or still saved to the closed beta player account? They will be up for grabs. However, we're going to put a big asterisk on that, right? The reason I'm putting a big asterisk on that is because if you are a well-known player in the community and you've established your name already within the community, the GMs and devs will give you preference on your name. From what I understand, this is what I've heard in the past. So, for example, I will use my name. I have been playing Criddle on the alpha server, on the beta server, on many of the open tests, and I stream the game, and I post on the forums, and in Discord, and in Reddit, all under the name of Criddle. I have established my name within this community of Criddle. So, when the game launches in early access, I expect to be able to get Criddle on whatever server that I roll on. If somebody else were to take that name and just happens to make the character before I do, I should be able to petition and say, hey, somebody stole my name. I would like to have my name. That is my understanding. That's how it literally happened when the beta actually launched. Somebody instantly created a Criddle. Instantly. Like, within the first 30 seconds of the server coming up, there was already a Criddle on the server. When I was able to actually log in, because when the server first came up in beta, I was out doing something with my family. I was able to then log in a couple hours later, and I could not make my character name Criddle. I asked the GM, and they changed my name to Criddle. So that's basically how it's going to work. If you already have an established name within the community, you get... It's not guaranteed you're going to get that name, but they will look at it, right? They will consider that. So don't steal somebody else's name. If it's a very generic name, like John, you know, well, that's just generic. You know, you don't own the name John. You know, that's not there could be another player that just logs in and wants to name their character John, and that's their real life name. They have just as much claim to it as you do because it's a very common name, right? So that's the reasoning. That's the idea and what they're planning on doing. I knew I saw something about no rule lawyering in the Play Nice policy. Rule lawyering or attempting to grief others through manipulating of camp rules will not be tolerated. There you go. Now, which side are they're gonna choose on that one? If I try to rule lawyer because I feel like this party of 6, I can see all 3 of these camps from one central camp, and I can pull all 3 of those, and another player comes in and they try to say that, oh, these are 3 separate camps. Am I rule lawyering by saying, well, I've been here for 2 hours camping all 6 of these or all 3 of these camps. We've been clearing all the mobs, haven't had any issues whatsoever. And now this new player comes in and wants to start taking this. Is that rule lawyering or is that not rule lawyering? And that's the problem that I have with it. Like, where is the line, and who are they going to side with, etc. Most likely, I can almost guarantee you they're going to side against me because I'm very loud and pretty obnoxious. And I understand that. I personally feel like the devs don't like me right now, and that's okay. They don't have to. Nothing is saying that they have to like me, but I personally feel like that I'm not well liked within the dev community. But that's okay. It is what it is. But my real name is Criddle. Hey, there you go. John. Yeah, and then Jon, right? And then Jonn. Like, there's so many different ways you could spell John. Also has a section for dungeon etiquette, respect established groups and dungeon areas. What does that mean if they have a whole section on camp claiming already? Dungeon etiquette is... what is this wolf? Oh, that's just a giant... Where's that wolf going? Dungeon etiquette is kind of like, don't intentionally train people. I think that's what it's going for. Again, that can be interpreted in a couple different ways, many different ways. So yeah. Sorry, somebody's asking me to link stuff. So, yeah, it's just that there's so much, up for interpretation is part of the problem. What is there to do when you hit max level so far? Trade skills. Farming named. There's some high-level quests that you could do. And then they're adding in raid bosses. So raid content, multi-group targets is what they're calling them, rather than raid targets, but multi-group targets. So that's all going to be the stuff that you're going to do once you hit max level. They have a different line specifically for training in that, so I can't imagine it has to do with training. I don't know. Yeah, it's respect. It's just respecting other players in the area. Like, for example, if another group is fighting a mob and you're in a dungeon, don't go and run to their camp for help, and be like, and bring 15 mobs to their camp and be like, help me, and then try to claim later on that you were just asking for help. No, you literally trained them. It's stuff like that. That's the issue with it. So this area here where these giants are, this is why I say that their named camp policy is awful. Okay? There is a named spawn right here. This is a named placeholder right here in front of this tent, this giant. He's got 2 wolves next to each other right there. And then if you turn this way, you can see these 3 mobs. So this area, if I were to camp this named, I have access to a total of 6 mobs that are pretty freaking far apart. That's all you get as a group. You're not allowed to pull the mobs up here. Those are a separate camp. You're not allowed to pull mobs from over there. You're not allowed to pull mobs anywhere except for what you can see from this camp. So that's the issue that I have with the claiming camps garbage that they have. If I had a full party of 6 over here, you know, that it just doesn't feel good. It's bad. It's bad, I'm good. They really need to revise that. Whoops. I've jokingly asked, when are they getting around to crafting deep dives? Who knows? Is that wolf still attacking? There we go. I think we're far enough away now. I hope. I hope we're far enough away now. And got actual dev responses that made it sound like they plan on doing one, but I'm not sure if they were joking too. They're definitely doing crafting deep dives basically at some point, but it won't happen until after EA starts. I wouldn't expect it until after EA starts. Got any of the Enduring Breath earrings? I don't even think I have one on me. Yeah, I don't even have an Enduring Breath thing myself. You talking about the one that has charges on it? So I think there's one that has charges, and then there's another one that's wait, no, the earring is the one. The earring is the one you have to have equipped, I think. I believe. This is call bar. Yeah, this is the call bar. You talking about the guy this guy here? Yeah, this one's it's limited classes. And I don't think it worked. Last time I tried it, it didn't work. It does work now? Okay, that's good. Yeah, but I think the one that this one drops is it only works for like the caster classes, like the 7 caster classes. Oh, is it so it's Beastmaster, Druid, Enchanter, Ranger, Shaman? Is that all it is? Yeah, I remember it being like limited. I just don't remember who could use it. There is another Enduring Breath earring or ring or something that you can get that has to, it might be a necklace that you have to equip. Do I have that? I don't think I have that on this character. I think Isar got me one at some point. But you have to equip it. And then there's another one that you can do a quest for. That's a clicky effect that I haven't done the quest for yet. I want to go do the quest. Maybe one day when I have time and nobody else is on, I'll go do it. Yeah, it's this right here. Isar's got it on Gith. So this is the Enduring Breath must equip that anybody can use. And then the Landing Loop. Yeah, this is the quest one right here that I haven't done. But I want to go do it just for the Enduring Breath clicky. So that's the quest one. This necklace right here is by far the best, or the easiest one to get. But you do have to equip it to get the Enduring Breath. Whereas the Landing Loop, you can have it in your inventory and just click it, right-click it, and it's any slot with an instant cast. So it's just instant cast Enduring Breath buff, which is really nice. Yeah, I've just been lazy. I've got all the items on Criddle, actually, to do that earring. I just have to go and actually turn them in. Go to the different NPCs. Just been lazy. If you have a question about the Play Nice policy, who do you talk to? I mean, Trent probably, but I would post it on the forums. That's gonna be your best bet. Is post your question on the forums and get an answer. Warzone, yeah, we can do stuff with the group if you want to. Sorry, it doesn't matter to me. I've got a couple of hours. I'll probably spend a little bit of time with the kiddo before he's got to go back to his mom's. So, yeah. We can go to Grimtide, yeah. If you want to, I don't care. I don't care what we do. I like Grimtide. I'll have more time probably tomorrow. Yeah, because today, I want to spend a couple hours with my son again before he heads out. And he'll be with his mom for like the next week or two. Wait, where does this guy spawn? Does he spawn? Oh, yeah, he spawns right in front of this thing, right? So we can just sit in here and pull him in here, I guess. But yeah, this is the problem with this camp. Like, let's say you want to camp this mob in particular. You only have claim to these mobs and then these two mobs over here. That's all you have claim to, because that's all you can see. So it's just kind of silly. The play nice policy is kind of meh. All right, let's check out the forums. I think we're trying to get. I think they're trying to get away from these. Fighters have to switch from defense to offense to stack to get vengeance stacks. That is true. Speaking of which, I should probably do that. You gotta like swap back and forth. It's a whole silly thing. If you stand on a bridge overlooking a bunch of mobs that are pullable, you're golden. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of like the whole way the play nice policy reads is like, okay, so you want to camp yourself in a position to be able to see the most mobs from the camp. But the way that it actually is worded is if you're standing where the mob spawns, what mobs you can see. Right? So like it becomes a whole... Let me find it, because it's just worded funny. A named mob and any mobs within line of sight of that named mob. Right? So that's an indoor zone. So inside of a dungeon, if a mob is inside of a room, then you can only pull the mobs inside of that room. There's a Grimtide Sanctum. This is a very, very good example of this. Grimtide Sanctum, there's a mob that spawns like in a little cubby hole, like off to the side. From that room, you can only see like 2 other mobs. That's it. But there's a ton of mobs in that area. So it's just very poorly... It's very poorly worded. But, like, how else would you word it? Like, there's mobs, like, within a certain radius of where that mob spawns. Well, what if the radius extends outside of that room, around a corner, and you'd have to go, like, all the way through the dungeon to be able to pull the mob on this other thing because it's literally on the other side of a wall. Right? Like that's kind of it's too there's a lot of vagueness going on there. It feels kind of bad. Does this one spawn? I think it spawns right here, I believe. Oh, no, but it spawns right there in paths. Okay. I couldn't remember. Wait, does that one path over here, Isar? Or is that the one that paths back and forth? Like, I don't know if we need to kill that one. I don't think we do. I think the other one spawns literally right here in the entrance. Man, we really split these up, haven't we? Plenty of time between them. All right. So anyway, yeah, that's the play nice policy. That's the issues with it. Consuming stat food manually or auto breaks invisibility. Yeah, that shouldn't happen. I don't feel like. When I move under the table, sometimes when I leave, I appear to move with 99% move speed, as if I was stuck or periodically stuck. Okay. Bug name spawns. Oh, here we go. Oh boy. Since heading shouldn't break invis? Wait, is since heading breaking invis? That's silly. That seems really silly. How much damage am I doing? My hits. I'm doing a max of 94. Yeah, I think my damage went up. It was as of yesterday. It probably still is today then. Yeah, since heading should definitely not break invis. This boy's beefy. Oh, beefy boy. Food consumption, breaking feign death, and invis is known issue and being fixed. You should not auto-consume crafted food and should have to manually click it. Maybe. I feel like, I think it should automatically consume. I don't know. Maybe it shouldn't. That was my opinion. That was the fix that is being implemented. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Are they making it to where food is supposed to be right-click to eat it for the stat buff, and then the stat buff lasts for how long? Like, how long do those buffs last for? Does anybody know? Are they like an hour? If they're an hour, then you would want to manually eat them, for sure. So they... Oh, it casts like a clicky? Okay. So it's like you're supposed to be It's like you're supposed to be actually actively eating the food, I guess. Is how it's intended to work. Makes sense, I guess. The other giant should be spawning like any second now, I think. All right, let's go read some more of this. What is this? I believe multiple of the previous zone-wide named spawns from Alpha. This is back. Yeah, this is a month ago. Yeah, this was an issue with some zone-wide spawns. From the plus wisdom crown. Apparently, that's something that Gith wants is the wisdom crown. So we are doing that. Mighty Roar. What is this? Buff trying to cast on myself from the pet is resisted. Huh. That's weird. This weapon cannot be sharpened with the sharpening stone. Interesting. Interesting. New repair lamp broken. This is the one. Stat food being consumed twice when you click it from inventory. Is that happening to you guys too? Where you click it twice? Yeah, that's the way I would like this to have it, Italica, is where you just put it in your inventory, it eats a piece of food, and you get the stat buff from it. You shouldn't have to actually go in your inventory and click it. But, yeah, I think some people are going to want it different ways. So, who knows? Why is that stunned for so long? Oh, because of Clobber. Oh. Oh, I forgot about Clobber, man. Forgot about Clobber. Let's see. 6 and then 8. What level can you start doing this area? This area, like mid-50s. It is like these mobs are, yeah, around mid-50s. I don't remember the exact level. There are some that are high level though, like level 60. So giants are low 50s to start them and go all the way up to 60. Kicked from game every zone. Yeah, that's always fun. Pinning throw cooldown says 30 seconds, yet resets as fast as throw. Huh. Sweeping kick is not applying off balance as it should, according to the thing. Yeah, there's so many bugs, man, that come in. Disarming strike, visual bug. Round kick and mend are not on the vendor. Monk taunt, which was not on the vendor, now is. Like, so many issues. Hymn of Greater Resolution, level 60, group HP buff. This spell doesn't group buff, it only single targets. Oh, wonderful. So many issues. Cleric spells unusable. So I lost spells from my book and given money to replace, but the spells such as heal carried over and I was unable to mim it, and any other spells in the book except for gate. I tried to rebuy spells, but you can't put in the book because it's already there. I had to buy a new book and start from scratch. Yep, feels bad. Fighter rework issues. Vengeance stacks are extremely rare. I was fighting a blue river pirate. It took until the 6th fight to get a single vengeance stack. Yeah, each stack of vengeance resets the timer to 15 seconds. It appears to be functioning fine. You need to switch stances. Same thing happened to me. Yeah, definitely changed stances. Yeah, like the drag skill and stuff. That would be nice for sure. Shared loot is not working and caused tension in groups. I mean, yeah. I don't think this actually works the way that people are saying it does. Let's test it out. We are going to test it in this group right now today. So, kills, I will loot, and Isar will get some money. So, you loot 11 silver, 79 copper, and receive 6 silver, 40 copper. That's what I got from that one. So I got the extra silver on my when I looted that one. 10 silver, 1 copper, and I received 5 silver. So Isar got the copper on that one. And that's all we have so far. We're going to watch that today. I'm going to watch and see what happens because people have claimed that it doesn't split properly, and I'm pretty sure it does. They randomly go to different players. Yeah, this right here. Each time it's random. Yep. Yeah, I think people are answering it. I'm pretty sure it is. Put the cleric spells at 1 copper. They're not doing that. Yeah, they decided to go a different way with it, but yeah, that's a whole other thing. Wizard unable to cast Exodus or Evacuation using glyphs. Since latest patch, Exodus, Hill, 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 or Evacuation, Dur, Hill, Hill, using glyphs, plus spell Catalyst, even though they're both still causing, yeah. Yeah, I don't like the whole glyph system. The new skills they gave are kind of useless. Yeah. Well, the pinning one seems like it would be good. Like if you can... Whoops. Esar's over here killing stuff. The pinning one should be good. I feel like Esar, like if you can throw and pin the mob, one of the like two different mobs, and the other one runs at you, and it separates them. Like if the pin works, then it'll pin it for whatever 30 seconds, and then you'll be able to run and then feign death later. It only lasts 6 seconds. The pin does. Yeah, that's gonna. I mean, it'll help separate for sure, but yeah, it won't separate a lot. That is very true. It says it caused tension in groups. Also seems exaggerated. I think I cared about a few silver on like 1 hour, hour one. Yeah, and then it was a moot thing. I mean, it would cause a tension in a group if it was every time. Yes. Let's check this one. I looted this one. It was 6 silver, 27 copper. I received 3 silver, 13 copper. So Esar got the extra 1 copper in that situation. We both got 3 silver. He got 14 copper. I got 13 copper. It's just random. So, like, the person saying it's causing an issue in a group is because they think every time whoever loots the mob always gets the extra money, and that is not the case. It's completely just RNG kind of thing. Yeah, totally RNG. By the time I FD and I get up, it wears off. Well, yeah, but it's only supposed to be like if it pins them for 6 seconds. So like you have 2 mobs next to each other like this. This one gets pinned. This one runs forward. Then you FD. Then you should be able to pull this one separate from the other one at that point. I think that's the idea on it. I don't know if it works well that way or not. But I think that's the idea, right? It's just to get them farther apart so you can easier separate them. But yeah, like I guess if it doesn't mim wipe, it'll just bring the second mob to the camp for sure. Like if your FD fails, I guess. Why is this not dropping? There we go. The issue is not 2 mobs. Well, yeah, I mean the issue is clearly 6 mobs, but still, like the idea is that you're supposed to be giving you tools to separate, to add distance between the mobs. Random is not split. RNG can give extra to the same person 5 times. Correct. Yes, it can. It splits it evenly, and then there's always one or whatever's left over. The remainder goes to one random person in the party. So it splits it. Remainder gets randomed, is how it works. They aren't that great. I just don't deal with it. And I don't have the room in my hotbar. Yeah, I think that's going to be the bigger issue. Like, I guess if you were, like, main pulling and you needed to have those extra skills, maybe it would work. Like, I feel like the knockback and snare would be a better option. You pull 5 mobs, you knock back and snare one, you root another one, so that gives you 2 separate, and then you pull another mob. I feel like that's their intent anyway. I'm not saying it works well, but I think that's their intent. Like you root one. There's 3 mobs in the room. You root this one. These 2 run at you. When these 2 run at you, you knock back this one with the snare. This one keeps running at you. Then you feign death, and then you pull this one. Right? Like I think that's what they want you to do. At least that's the idea. But yeah, I don't think it necessarily again works in practice. I think that's the problem with a lot of these changes that the devs are doing is, in theory, on paper, they work, but in practice, they just don't function the way that they are intending for them to function. I think that's the issue. Well, a mob that, yeah, an ability that pulls a mob, though, will that actually make that much of a... It'll make a difference, yeah. So, like, again, if you have 3 mobs, you yank this one, it's still going to aggro these 2. So you yank this one, move a little bit, feign death. These 2 hopefully will reset, and then you can pull the 3rd one. So that is a different way of doing kind of the same thing, rather than having to root 1, snare 1, and then pull the 3rd. You know, it's the pull would mean 1 ability versus the snare and root being 2 abilities you have to have on your bar. So I definitely see the difference there. I just think that they haven't. I don't know. It needs to be a guaranteed snare. If it's going to be a 6-second snare or a 6-second root, it should be guaranteed, not resisted, not miss, guaranteed to work every time for the 6 seconds. Yeah. Because the pull is a guaranteed thing. It'll just pull the mob to the Shadow Knight. It's guaranteed to work every time. And I think that's the big difference between them. Fighter Rend not resetting abilities. In conjunction with Shield Bash and Feint, both abilities on cooldown. Rend only resets the cooldown on Feint, but not Shield Bash. Tested to see if Rend would reset Shield Bash at all and put Shield Bash on cooldown. Rend never resets Shield Bash. I have not tested that. It does work on Feint, and they're saying it does here. I've seen it reset Feint, but I haven't tested Shield Bash. It misses for me more than it hits at this point. Very frustrating. On the Monk, yeah, I think that's the bigger issue, right? Like, is it a thrown weapon? There's a stat for it. So you have throw. Wait, is there a stat for throw? There's no stat for throw or shoot, is there? It's archery. I don't think I've ever leveled throw. But anyway, I think that there's a stat for it, and the problem is, like, my archery, for example, maxes out at 150, which means my archery would miss a lot as well. I need to test that out with this ability here, this challenging arrow. Would challenging arrow actually be worth it? Because I'm probably going to miss high-level enemies a lot. Because I have 150. That's probably the issue. I bet you that is what the issue is. Is that your skill is very low and you're fighting higher-level mobs. So you're just going to miss a ton. Which is going to make the pinning thing not work very well. Since patch to jewelry, Necro Charm lull is essentially useless. Necros had to rely on int charisma jewelry to get their charisma high enough to make charming viable as charisma below. Well, yeah, now you just get charisma jewelry instead of int jewelry. I don't feel bad for anybody in that situation. I don't feel bad for any charmers at all. Monk dex scaling for round kick and flying kick is broken. I have 110 dex and is only adding 2 points of damage for flying kick and round kick. Supposed to scale with dex on ability tooltip. Well, that feels bad. Oh, hello. Hello. I got you. My throwing skill was 74 out of 85 when I was using it. Yeah, and so that's gonna make it miss for sure. But it's not your throwing skill necessarily. It's your throwing skill versus the defense of the mob that you're targeting, right? So if you are level, we'll see, 85 divided by 5 would be 21. Are you level 21? No. That would be 100 and something. What? Why can I not do this division? So we level 10 would be 50. Level 15 would be 75, right? So you're level 17 and you had a maximum of 85. You are level 21? Okay. That just makes it more complicated. Anyway, level 21 mobs are going to have a defense of 105 versus your 74 throwing. So you're going to miss more often. That's the problem with it. If you're fighting a mob that's level 21, right? If you're fighting a mob that's level 25, it's going to be 5 times 25. So that's going to be the issue with missing so often, which is why I say that it should just be a guaranteed thing. Monks should have a pinning shot or a pinning throw. It doesn't do any damage. It just pins the mob. It's a ranged root ability that's guaranteed for 6 seconds. With like the 30-second cooldown or whatever they want it to be. Hey, we got the earring. Enduring breath. Unfortunately, only certain classes can wear it. Oh, actually, do you want that, Isar? Because it's shaman usable. It's better than your it's a clicky version of it, so yeah. The dog popped and didn't aggro? Weird. It's coming back now. Oh, we got 2. Oh boy. Oh dear. We're gonna die. Yeah, I'm taking a lot less damage now than I used to, for sure. Like, they finally fixed armor class, and it's very noticeable. I like it. Wall texture bugged, visual bug. Okay. All right, let's move on from these. I think they're trying to get rid of the class forum stuff, aren't they? I wonder what they're saying on this right here. The level 60 buffs. I haven't seen any devs respond to these high level buffs. Curious if the how the monk forums are doing. Let's see. Way of the Wind message. You already have more powerful effect. That's not good. That's not good at all. Monks execute. Jean-Claude Van Damme. I thought the monks were supposedly complaining. Are people actually posting more on the forums now instead of in here? Glinting Hollow is a no-go for solo rangers. Good. It's a dungeon. Like, I don't know. That's how I look at it. It should be a dungeon. People shouldn't be soloing in there. But that's just me. All right, let's try it. Let's check out their forums. Let's go to the fighter one. Wall is now happy wall. Cool. Do any of the fighter melee abilities, vengeance abilities, or stances directly affect threat? Was threat removed from shield bash or replaced with interrupt? No. Threat was not removed from it. Looks like a pretty solid list of changes to me. Oh my goodness gracious. Ah! I know, this is a feet footish. Feet footish? A foot fetish? Feet fetish? A foot fetish? I don't know. It's a foot fetish stream. Does that thing have a torso? It does, but you gotta look up to its undercarriage first. It's up there somewhere. I know, right? My eyes. Spare me. You probably don't need a two-hander to use cleave. Two-handers just get the most benefit for cleaves, so they advertise it. Two-handers also in tanking cleaving is. This is not true. You do need to have a two-hander to use cleave. Yeah. I don't like this idea that these classes all I'm tired of the AoE stuff. I'm tired of it. It does read like two-hander is required for cleave. As a master of arms theme class, fighters now have a number of abilities requiring that's two-hander ability. That said, okay, DPS fighter won't be able to use cleave because they won't have any vengeance. It's true. This is very true. That's a whole other issue. Whole other issue. I don't think cleave is meant for sustained AoE. I think it's meant to help with initial contact with the group. So when your healer hits you with something, one or two mobs are less likely to go wail on the healer. Yeah, it's probably what it's meant to be. But again, oftentimes what the devs intend or how the devs intend for classes or for skills to be used, players find other ways to use them and end up breaking the game. So we'll have to see. I have not used cleave myself at all. I haven't tried it yet. I need to go get like my whalebone spear out or something and try cleave with the whalebone spear and see how it goes. When you decide you don't like the spear, I could hold on to it for you. Lots of monks complaints on the forum. Yeah, we're gonna read the monks threads here after I read through the fighter ones. Based on the write-up, it looks like feint does not require vengeance. That is true. This is pretty shallow deep dives go, but I'm interested in the fighter. Historically, I tend to go paladin tanks. Cool. Great story. I feel like a lot of the fighter skills and monster memories are relitigation of the unfavorable evolution of the EQ fight. This person is trying to like write lawyer speak over here. Like, what the heck, dude? The concept of a rotation is cynical. That pressing slam kick EQ wasn't interesting. So having a bunch of buttons to press the rotation, wow, has a somehow an improvement only involved. I agree with them. The way that they're saying this is very like overly educated, right? They're trying to speak properly, but I do agree with them. Fighters back in EQ were every once in a while hit taunt and every once in a while hit kick. Now instead, every once in a while we hit rend, or every once in a while we hit feint, or every once in a while we hit armor break. Like, it's the same thing. It's literally the same thing. It's not really changing the gameplay. I'm basically just spamming ability, which is why Trent sent me a message the other day and was like, hey, we can't use automation. I know, I'm not using automation, right? Like I know that we're not supposed to be using it, and I'm not using it. I'm actually just spamming one thing all the time. Which has been the issue in the past. It's just constantly an issue. All right, let me go ahead. Oh, I don't mean to rebuff that one. I meant to rebuff this one. There we go. All right, so yeah, I agree with this right here. There is no real rotation. Gap closers water down the melee range difference. If a warrior can do and take more damage than a range class and also negate the difference between gap closers, it becomes unbalanced. This also has raid balance implications that if a boss has phased, which preclude melee, then melee must do more damage when it is possible, and that difference is less than it could be with gap closers. I'm confused at what they're... The gap closer is to allow the tank to get into the fight. I'm not sure where their argument is here. I don't understand that. Does anybody else understand this argument? How much time do I have? I don't know. Depends on what the kiddo wants to do. I was going to go until 2 o'clock or so, maybe 3 o'clock on here today, and then hang out with the kiddo for a few hours, and then figure out what we're doing with the family after that. I might be able to come right back after I drop my son off, which is around 5. So I've got like 1, maybe 2 hours. Then I think my son wants to hang out for a little bit and play some games before he has to leave. Rage turned into a snowball mechanic. More damage done equals more damage, which should not be reintroduced, and the new system avoids that. Rage. Are they talking about vengeance? I'm confused, man. I feel like this person's trying to be like extra smart, but it's not coming off that way. The team has done a good job of avoiding the annoyance of a useless rotation stated above in point 1 and avoided resource mechanics that would lead to 3. And I'm really excited to see how Shield Bash is. I was never worried about losing threat to DPS with a shield as a fighter because of how well designed Shield Bash is, and that made it unique as a fighter, as the other tanks with a shield would often lose aggro against well-geared DPS. Holy moly, that was a lot. Rind having a random chance of removing cooldowns on abilities made it feel less like a... What? Having a random chance of removing cooldowns on abilities made it feel less like a rotational chore, as you have to pay attention, and so will some of the other changes. Rind still has a chance of doing that. I don't understand. Paladin losing aggro. Paladins lose aggro a lot. They don't have as much DPS. Also, this viability solves the EQ warrior problem where a fighter would have to dual wield for more damage or threat, but now a shield is a lower damage but viable option, which is a big improvement. I would agree with that statement. Because of the threat generation of the Shield Bash, then you can use a shield and maintain threat, which I think is a good thing. I think a team, however, is going backwards in regards to point 2. Giving fighters CC immunity and movement abilities like charge, they are losing out on what many people picked fighter for, doing a bunch of damage. No. No, 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 no. Fighters are not DPS. The leaning into the disability that fighters are the bullies and you must control them, run or die, and they will do novel damage while also taking novel amounts of damage. This is a class fantasy that you don't have ranged heals, drains, or feign death, but no one can stand in front of you and not react. Being the Juggernaut takes fear, which in-game needs to express and damage, and that fear needs to be balanced by a large disability and the lack of mobility and tools. I am so confused at what this person actually wants based on what they are saying. Oh my goodness gracious. I probably should put my headset on so I can hear when these things attack me. What's up, buddy? You want to go over there in 30 minutes? I thought we were going to hang in a little bit. I know. I thought we were going to hang later on once you were done with your stuff. That's what my plan was. Hang on one second, guys. All right, sorry about that. I was trying to figure out my son's situation. Jeez Louise. All right. What's the hotkey to pull up your character stats like that? The ones right here behind my head. So if you go in your inventory, you right click, and you want to pop out mini stats. Pop out stats does this one. You don't want that. You want to pop out or show mini stats. That does this one. Sorry, I'm trying to figure stuff out with my son. I might have a little bit more time, Isar, because it looks like my son might be leaving a little earlier today. So I just got to figure out what's going on. I might just have to heat up some lunch at some point. So yeah, let me talk to his mom and figure out what's going on with that. But yeah, my plan was to hang out with him from like 2 p.m. until 5 p.m. But sounds like that's changing. Oop, hang on. I didn't see the wolf spawn. I was waiting for the wolf to spawn, but I never saw it spawn. Not said hello yet, but since I logged into your stream, hello. What's going on? How are you? Sorry, I'm trying to fix some family situations and stuff, and get all that worked out. Frustrating real life stuff. You guys, you all know how it is. Really need to proofread before I press send. Yeah, don't we all? I need to proofread before I speak. It's a problem that I have, is that I speak, but I don't read what I'm about to say. Definitely an issue. But no, I feel you, bud. I feel you. I don't. We got enough people in the world. I'm not going to be the cause of more, right? I'm going to say I have been busy AFK since logging in. Had not said hello to you. No, all good. I appreciate you coming in and saying hello, and I appreciate you being here and just kind of hanging out without saying hello. I appreciate the lurkers. I appreciate the non-lurkers and the speakers. I appreciate all of it. So thank you all for being here and being amazing and all that kind of stuff. Been lurking since you started. Thank you so much, Dez. I appreciate you too, buddy. I appreciate everybody. Lurker, speaker, frequent watcher of the stream, infrequent watcher of the stream. If you just watch YouTube videos, heck, I appreciate you. If you don't watch any of my content, you can't even hear what I'm saying right now. I still appreciate you. Good morning. Good morning. What's up, Bob Dole? Twig has been lurking too. Love it, Twig. Love it. There's another person that was very similar to you, Twig, on the forum just a minute ago, and he said Wall. He where, up here he's somewhere. He goes, Wall's happy. Wall is now a happy Wall, and it reminded me of you, Twig. Reminded me of you. I'm glad we have a new attack ability that is not stuck behind Vengeance. Remains to be seen how much more damage Frenzy does compared to Feint. Frenzy does more if you have like 3 stacks, it seems like. Played with the rework group setting after a few hours and have some initial thoughts. Not that I'm relatively low, level 20, so high scaling most likely change from thematic sense. Feels weird to me. Okay. Sorry, I'm like only half paying attention. Sounds like a giant's making oh, yeah, that's happening. I am not paying attention, man. I need to get back into it. Okay. I will figure that rest of that out later. All right. Let's get this giant wolf. All right. So yeah, my son's he's gonna leave. So I think his mom's gonna come pick him up. That's what we're trying to figure out. I apologize, guys, for all that. I don't like to sit there and do text messages back and forth. I'm also trying to figure out, at the same time, we've got a celebration of life for my stepdad. He passed away a couple months ago now, and we're doing a celebration of life for him in a couple weeks. So we're trying to figure out that situation. So it's just, there's just a lot going on right now. They know Shaman is strong because I've been soloing named. Yeah, Shaman is definitely strong. Do you just twig, or does that wolf look kind of sad? Do they look sad? Poor wolf. As long as the pet stays alive and you have nukes loaded, there you go. Yeah, we can do whatever, Isar. Whatever you guys want to do. I can, you want to wait for the next placeholder? You want to, like, get out of here? Walk over there or something, wait for the next, see if it's named, and then get out of here. And go somewhere else. We can go to Grimtide if you want to. I'm fine with that. I'll probably grab something to eat real quick, like. Swimming level is so weird. Go like an hour with no skill ups, then you get 4 in a row. It really is. Like, I noticed that too when I was getting swimming skill ups. I would oftentimes get 2 skill ups back to back. Which was always kind of strange. So what do you want to do, Isar? Do you want to hang out here? You're going to gate, though, aren't you? I'll have to run back. Actually, it might be faster for me to run from here just straight to Grimtide. See what repops? All right, let me come over here then, I guess, and get out of here just in case it's not a named. And then I can run from here to Grimtide. I think that'll be the easiest way. I went from Shaded Dunes to Keeper's Bite, all while swimming, and went from 23 swimming to, you guessed it, 23 swimming. Yeah, it does not go up very fast. Got my boarding pass for the Grimtide train, if y'all end up with room. Yeah, ask Isar, or, you know, I don't know who's coming. I'm assuming Dory and Vor, and me, and Isar, and I don't know what else. I have no idea. Watching a dude on YouTube go to haunted places and yell spirits wake up and blast music. Oh my god. Oh geez Louise. I think I want to start doing some like evening scary games. And playing different games in the evenings. All right, here we go. That's a bandit. There's a wolf coming behind you, Isar. It's gonna get you. It's gonna get you. Oh no, it's got you. It's all right. We got it. Let's kill this, and then yeah, I will run over to Grimtide. I'll run from here over to Grimtide. That'll be easiest. How's the new cleric? Any fun? What are people saying? I haven't tried it yet. I do want to try it, but I have not tried the cleric yet. I generally have to tank when we do group stuff. So it's hard to get on the cleric and find time to be able to do that. It seems, though, like the cleric is going to be better than it was before. It's got ways to regenerate mana faster, but it's kind of RNG based, which kind of feels bad. I'll have to AFK here in a second again when my kiddo's mom arrives, and I'll probably make a quick bite to eat for lunch. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Take the AFK when I do? Alright, yeah, I'll just have to run downstairs and meet her at the door. I made some hibachi chicken, some teriyaki chicken, some fried rice, and veggies last night. So I'll probably heat some of that up real quick like for lunch. Counted yesterday how many classes are left for the changes. It makes me scared for the devs. I'd be pooping my pants with this deadline. Yeah, it's too many. It's too many classes. They've got 9 classes to go and about 6 weeks worth of beta left. That means they got to pump out more than 1 class a week, which has not been going well for them. So, yeah. You're going to wait for the Shallow Shoals boat? We can swim out there, Isar. I don't know if you want to do that or not. Or you can wait for the boat leaving Keeper's Bite. I was just going to swim from right over here, though. Not even what I haven't done yet. A good amount of classes they have done aren't any good and need redone as well. Yeah, that's kind of the other issue, right? Is it's not just that we have to get the classes in. All these classes that they're trying to redo, the deep dives that they're trying to redo, it's not just getting them in. It's also getting them in, functioning properly, and balancing them. So there's just so much work that needs to be done. Yeah, a lot of it feels bad. I was really hoping that we would have the classes in and you know, the foundation and functioning properly for the start of early access. That's really what I was hoping for. And I felt like they gave themselves enough time to do it. But then they decided that they wanted to kind of bite off more than they can chew with the reworks, like drastically changing some of these classes, like just huge changes that I feel like didn't need to be that big of changes. I mean, that's just me. And I feel like it put them very far behind where they wanted to be at this point. Trying to create new ways to play the classes, right? And I think that was a mistake. I personally feel like that was a mistake. Currently, the RNG is low in the mana proc. Which one are you talking about? Which mana proc? It's fighting. It's currently level 21, fighting undead in a group. Oh, you're talking about the cleric mana proc, the piety thing? Yeah. Waiting for the deep dives part 2 because I'm not all that impressed yet. No, I'm not either. I'm actually underwhelmed currently with some of the changes they've made. We need at least 30 days with all the new changes to test them and give them time to tweak. Yeah. I noticed Nick has been around again. Maybe if he is helping, it will get further. I don't. Has he been around? I don't know. I don't know what's going on with Nick at all. Yeah, I don't know anything about that. Yeah, I haven't seen him at all since he left. He left and he streamed like EverQuest Legends once, and he streamed AOA once, and that's about it. If you're talking about Nicodemus, that's a different Nick. Completely. A whole other Nick. Yeah, he might be doing some streams here and there. Nick Hotz might be doing some streams here and there. But that's, yeah, completely separate thing. Yeah, Nicodemus does like golly, quests. He's a quest lore writer type of guy. That's Nicodemus. Isar, you can run over here. I'm basically running all the way to Grimtide Sanctum. This is probably the best way, fastest way to get there. Instead of taking the boat. I'm almost already there. I'm pretty sure this is it right here. Does AC on boots still think for monk kick? I don't know. I think so. That's my understanding, is the armor class on the boots still dictates the monk kick, but I think it said it in the description. Did it not? All right, give me 1 second. I'll be right back, guys. Enjoy the ads for a minute. All right, sorry about that. Sorry, I'm trying to think. Do we have is anybody here yet? Sorry, I just kind of stopped right here because this is an easy spot. Let's come over here to the buff pole. We have to get some enduring. Oh my gosh, dude. What the heck is happening here? I'm too fat and I keep falling off. Why do I keep falling off? It's like pushing me off. What the heck is happening? You guys see this? It's so weird. It kept pushing me off. All right. E-Star's AFK for a few minutes. All right, no worries. We can go inside if you guys want to, or... No, I'm already done with my AFK. I ate my lunch and everything. I did it all. I did everything. Well, while we're waiting for Isar, let's read more of this stuff. So let's see. From thematic sense, it feels weird to me that nothing on the spender side of the skills sets rewards dual wielding. Cleave is 200 only. Shield bash, shield block requires a shield. Then there's frenzy and presumably feint. Don't have it yet, which can be used with anything, but ideally the two-handed. Due to everything being a ratio base, frenzy seems like the obvious candidate to emphasize dual wield. More attacks or stronger haste buff, maybe. I mean, I do agree with this. Like, I feel like the devs kind of went the direction with the fighter, saying that they're supposed to be a master of arms, but they only gave one ability that of a choice, right? Which is cleave, or you could use sword and shield. But like, there's no other real choices there. So it does feel kind of weird. Rallying shout. I see no reason to ever use this. I've never been in a situation at these levels that warranted using it. And now with all of these new skills, the opportunity cost has gotten even worse. Rallying shout is which one? That's the health one, I believe. Yeah. Yeah. Rallying shout is one that I wouldn't use either. It's, where is Rallying Shout? Rallying Shout. That's this one right here, and he gives you 10% maximum health for 30 seconds through the group. Absolutely worthless ability for 20 on a 20-minute cooldown. Terrible. It's always been terrible, and it continues to be terrible. Shield bash, because the shield check is only done on ability activation, and the value is functionally just more threat. I very quickly realized that I can just dual wield with a shield on my cursor and swap out my offhand back and forth whenever I want to use shield bash. Yep. I got the damage threat bonus from dual wielding while also keeping the free hit threat boost from shield. Perhaps I'll stop doing this once I get feint, but it doesn't seem intended. I agree with that too. Like, the best way to play this right now is to put, like drag something down here. Like if I were to take Unnerving Shout, we'll take that one off and put in Shield Bash. If I can find it. Shield Bash here. Well, let's, put Shield Bash over here. And then put this, oh my gosh. Put this down here. And then put that here, put that here, put this here. No, I don't want to drop that. What the heck? Put this here, put this here. So now, yeah, you would swap this, hit Shield Bash, swap back. That's going to be your best overall threat. And remain with dual wield. So I might actually try this for a little bit and see how it feels today. But I don't like it because you have to constantly swap around your weapons, which is kind of annoying. Crosscut, I feel as though I never want to use this. 75% times 2 ratio versus the equivalent level Rend 3 being 135% weapon ratio and additional threat and resets one. Yeah, exactly. I suppose if it was purely DPS for a group, but we are heavily disincentivized from filling a DPS role now due to the Vengeance mechanic. Agree. Crosscut is a pointless ability because it shares a cooldown with Rend. So absolutely agree on that. Challenging Arrow. Another ability that I feel is very niche. Obviously, the threat is nice, but that bonus threat is functionally lost because of the shared cooldown with other martial abilities such as Rend. I only imagine using this in a scenario where I am pulling long distance for a group where I have major threat problems. And even then, due to the aforementioned opportunity cost of a broader fighter kit, I still don't know what I would drop in the slot. Exactly. I feel the exact same way. This ability is largely worthless because of the only good thing about this would be pulling, right? You get a little extra threat on pull to start the fight. I would much rather, though, have Juggernaut in and use Juggernaut, personally. Frenzy Cleave, both of these feel incredible. My only concern is not having any way of generating vengeance charges when someone else is tanking. Maybe 2 tanks are in a group. Maybe multi-party encounter means I immediately lose access to what I consider one of the highlight of the rework fighter. Frenzy was always there, so that's not even new. It's just now you have to have vengeance to use it. But Cleave, yeah, I don't know. I don't really think Cleave is worth even utilizing, personally. Like, what's the damage on Cleave? Have I looked at that? Cleave. Where is Cleave? Where'd it go? Rend, crosscut, shield block, Cleave. There we go. So Cleave, this is doing 150% weapon ratio plus 30 damage versus, so it starts at 100, 110, 120, 130, and then so 150. So you can use Cleave, which only consumes 1 stack of Vengeance, which is not really a big deal, or Frenzy 5, which is going to do 120 plus, though, 10%, which I think is far better. So yeah, I guess it would add in. Yeah, I would rather just use Frenzy. It uses up all your stacks, but I mean, if you're immediately using these this ability, like I use Frenzy every time that it's up. I don't wait for 5 stacks of it. But yeah, if you do wait for 5 stacks, though, you're getting 120 weapon damage up to 5 times. So you get 5 stacks of this would be, or versus 1 stack at a time for that. So yeah, I don't know. This feels kind of meh. But yeah, I agree with that. Overall, love the class now, but I'm considering not playing it due to the scenario that I'll inevitably run into. Yeah, highly encourage reconsidering the Vengeance only when tanking idea, even though at this purely from a social perspective, having a gameplay mechanic that actually makes sense, makes things less enjoyable to play if I'm grouped with a certain people. I don't mind it personally. I use it on cooldown for the attack speed buff. Me too. Yeah, I use Frenzy anytime I can use Frenzy. I use Frenzy, and it seems to be best. I feel like my stacks fall off before I ever get 5 stacks, but I'm still pretty low. You can get to 5 stacks. As you get higher level and mobs are doing more attacks, you can get to 5 stacks. But at low level, for sure. Like, when mobs are dual wielding and double attacking, you're going to get up to 4 attacks a round. It is very possible to get that, yes. To get 5 stacks. I've seen it a couple times, but not very often. Most of the time, though, I use Frenzy on cooldown, and I get like 2 or 3 stacks by the time Frenzy is ready to be used. So, Crosscut's second hit lands at level 1, which really hinders the damage it does. At 60 Crosscut 5, the second hit lands for half the first hit. I think they fixed this, but that was an issue in the beginning. If you kill a mob with Crosscut, it doesn't turn auto attack off. Interesting. Crosscut's second hit lands after the primary melee round. Rin no longer has a chance to land a second hit after 50. This may be intentional, but was left out of the changes listed in the deep dive. Okay. So yeah. Anyway, I think I'm going to agree and disagree with some of the stuff in here, but yeah, I think overall, Fighter is okay. Monk, let's see what people are saying about the Monk, because I hear that there's a lot of controversy going on with the Monk. This is a very welcome change. We got to go like past. Really digging these changes. Well done, guys. The range immobilized throw is perfect. Great tool for pulling. Plus, the loiter change will hopefully make pulling a true skill to master rather than just feigning and praying for favorable loitering RNG, which is often how it feels now. I appreciate how several abilities will scale off dex, potentially making it more appealing than strength and differentiating our gearing choice from that of other melee. Hopefully it actually does scale off of dex. I think people are saying that it doesn't. Cancel. Close. Okay. Oh, there we go. Group utility of Quivering Palm is nice. Unclear whether we can decide whether it increases damage taken or reduces mob damage done, but I like being able to provide more benefit to my group aside from pulling and the occasional taunt off my casters. So there you go. Well, these changes look amazing. They look amazing for sure. Sounds great. I like the direction monks are going. Only feedback I have at the moment is based on the changes concerned around the body mastery. Okay. Quivering Palm debuffs stack and sequence rather than replacing one another. So very strong interaction buff. Yeah, they supposed to, the Quivering Palm thing is supposed to be increase damage taken. Yeah, it's supposed to just do one and then also the other and then also the other. Like each time you do Quivering Palm, it adds an additional effect, I believe. But by the time you get that third effect on there, I think Quivering Palm just kind of, it's, you know, by the time you get third effect, the mob's dead, you know. Like, I don't think that mobs stay alive long enough. The two-handed blunt seems cool. Expand on that further. Two-handed blunt for optimal defense. Something else added baseline. Not all cooldown gimmick gated. Dual wield for optimal offense would be pretty cool general distinction. I don't think there's really an issue with wind stance as it is. From what I can tell, you'll want to start with common Celestial Strike and wind stance for additional extra attacks, and either sit in sun for passive offense boost or moon for passive defense boost, depending on what you're doing. So pulling would naturally flow from wind to one of the others anyway. Yeah, I think you're going to pull in your defensive stance, then you're going to run to your group in your wind stance, and then you're going to switch to your sun stance, I believe. While I understand losing the dot due to FD cheese, it also means we are worse options at pulling once camps are split than pre-rework, as we drop 100% of our damage when we run away compared to an enchanter who can just leave their pet on the current mob and pull the next one safely. I mean, this is part of the problem with Charm. Among many of the other issues with Charm, that is one of the biggest issues I have, is that enchanter can just be like, pet attack, I'm going to go pull more mobs. You know, like, it's just, it gives them way too much. Iron Fist is the only problem I really see. Unless there's a specific mob or type of mob that only monks will hit, I doubt anyone will use it. That is true. Now, if we were to increase hit percent or hit damage, be worth a press. But even in the long raid fights, monks had an advantage over other DPS when it comes to dots, DD, and damage shield with Mend. And unless damage shield are getting turned back up. Yeah, I thought, I was hoping that this Iron Fist would negate the damage shield for a time, not just for the monk, but for everybody. It should be like a damage strip, like a damage shield removal ability. Pinning throw, this immobilizes for 6 seconds and has no cooldown. So I can spam it and perma-root something from 30 meters away. If intended, wow, this is strong and makes pull splitting a breeze. This right here is what I was thinking about, like, with that ability. Like, 6 seconds with no cooldown. I think it's supposed to have a 30-second cooldown. But with no cooldown, that's got to be huge. Like, you should be able to throw and, like, pin 5 different mobs right now. You know, like throw one, and you can just pin a few of them down, and then you pull one. Brought this up in the Discord as well. Looks like it was intended to have a short cooldown, more than we're seeing, so a bit less powerful. Two-hand tanking style feels pretty dang good with Moon Stance, AC changes, and Cyclone Staff. Wind Stance extra attack also seems to be proccing pretty frequently. I don't think that these should be a tanking class, so I don't know. Frequent bugs and quivering palm, where it cannot be used unless I reload. This has happened several times, approximately every 3 to 5 minutes of fighting. I would like to try out the new monk changes, but I and many others don't have the coin to buy the new skills. Is it intended that the prices were not reduced for the deep dive like they were for my wizard? Yeah, feels bad. All right, is Isar done yet? I want some timestamps. What do you guys think about timestamps in chat? In like in-game chat. I feel like timestamps is, or a time stamp, the ability to toggle it on and off or something so we can see when something was said would be really nice. Like if somebody goes, you know, be right back or whatever, and you know, okay, they said be right back and it's been 5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever it's been. Small patch bugs aside, already mentioned here. So far, the ogre charging flying kick. Overall, better class fantasy for me. Feels better than the 4 oddball stances before. Okay. Dex is not scaling properly. Round kick, flying kick on the tooltip. I have 110 dex tooltip. Round kick is 140. Ooh, speaking of that, I want to put on my second wind to see if they fix this, because I still don't think this is fixed. Let's put this in right now for Shield Bash, and we're going to try that out. What the heck am I doing? You guys see that? My character does some little jig when he slides down this thing. Oh. All right, I'm ready to roll. You guys ready to roll? All right, let's roll in. Let's go inside. You guys know where the entrance is here? It is right here. Yeah, right here. Timestamps and spell checker would be ideal. Spell checker? Spell checker probably would be ideal. So many bodies here. Inquisition's corpse. Oh, goodness gracious. This place is going to be full of bodies pretty much all the time. Oh, I meant to try. I want to do second. Oh, shoot. I got to swap that. We're going to swap it back. There we go. Second wind. What am I getting? Second wind. 21. 21. So they still haven't fixed second wind. Awesome. Cool. Neat. All right, let me get shield bash here. I want to put this here, this here. So we're gonna do 6 and 7. Let me try something here. Wait, what? Why did that do that? That was weird. The heck? Oh, okay. So that's that. Keypad period for 8. And then 9 is keypad 0. There we go. Alright, we're going to try that. So I want to try this, swap, and swap back. So every 20 seconds, just swap those over for like the highest threat. I feel like that's just kind of tedious gameplay. Woo! It's raining. Good thing I cut the grass this morning. Perfect timing. Cut the grass and get a nice rain to water it all. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. What are you doing with the shield swap? Wasn't listening well. So for the best threat now, you swap the shield in, use shield bash, and then swap shield back out. So I'm just swapping it, using shield bash, and then swapping it right back. So I've got Shield Bash here, which is this ability. So it does a little extra damage as well. So it's just basically it's free damage and free threat that you can use once every 20 seconds. So you just swap to it, use it, swap back off of it immediately. Because you want to be in dual wield as much as you can. So it's just an ability you do every 20 seconds. Which is silly. Like I don't like that personally. Which is going to probably push me to play a different class. I don't know. There's a few things that could push me off of the fighter. But we'll see. It's like stance swapping. It's a lot like stance dancing, yeah. My favorite thing to do. Absolutely. But it's clearly just, I mean, for DPS and threat, you just, you know, every once in a while just do that and then right back off of it. I hope that you're doing well. Where are you right now? We are in Grimtide Sanctum. This is my favorite dungeon in the entire game. Love this dungeon. Looks really cool. Yeah, there's a really cool area of it that's deeper, but you have to get a key for it, and I forgot my key. I have a key in the bank, but I forgot to bring it. Let's see if we can get Synth's Heading maxed out today. What are we at? Synth's Heading 97. 97 Synth's Heading. Love it. If we had a cleric, we would Ranger Gate you. What, Ranger Gate me? Oh, yeah. It's not a big deal. We can get another key. There's only one named... Where'd that mob go? The heck? There's only one named back there where that is anyway, so it's not really a big deal. Trying to think of a good staff to use for Monk on level 35. Think you think any of the staffs I could farm at level 35? I don't know. The best one is the Grudge Haft. That's the best one to use for sure. I don't know of any lower level ones. I mean, there's several that you could use. I mean, there's like the measure stick. That's a two-handed. That's a two-handed one you could use. But pretty much any staff will work. I have a Worn Elderwood or something with 19 damage. That's probably my best bet for a while. It probably is, yeah. Honestly. I wonder if I can charge over the gap without falling in the water. Probably not. The Grudge Half named mob is easy to farm location. Maybe I can kite kill it. I don't remember where it spawns, to be honest. I don't think it's easy to kite around, though. Oh. Isar fell. Yeah, making this jump is a pain in the butt. Yeah, I missed. Somewhere in Fallen Pass, apparently. I think it's part of Upper Salmon. Wait, can we not charge in the water? Okay. I mean, that makes sense that we can't charge in the water, but that kind of sucks. Can't use Juggernaut in the water. Cool. Oh, you can charge in the water if you're touching the floor. Okay. Cool. Sounds great. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. My goodness. You just got to be touching the floor. Would you think using Speed of the Predator in a dungeon is a bug since Speed of the Wild is disabled now? I don't think it's bug worthy. I think Speed of the Predator is Yeah, it's a different ability altogether. You can bug report it for sure, and just let them know, like, hey, this still works. But since it's a short duration, I don't think that it's a bug. It's more like a sprint, a temporary sprint ability than anything else. It doesn't say that it's outdoor only, right? Like the tooltip doesn't say it's an outdoor spell. It does. If it says it's an outdoor only spell, then yes, it should not be. It's a bug that it would be used indoors. So that's just one of those things that they didn't consider, didn't look at, which happens too often because, like, again, not to pick on the dev team, but these devs seem to know what they are working on. They don't necessarily seem to know what other people are working on. Or like other aspects of the game outside of what they are currently working on. So, yeah, my guess is that the current devs that are working on, well, we got to watch for fear on these guys. The current devs that are working on these class changes just don't realize all the different abilities that these classes have necessarily. Oh, whoops. My gosh, dude. Chain fears. Dual wield's still better than shield? Yeah. Far better. The only thing you would use shield for at this point is if you want to use the defensive shield ability. There is a defensive shield ability that allows you to absorb damage temporarily. Like it's 5 seconds, and you absorb at level 60 anyway, 350 health in 5 seconds. So like a couple of hits, it'll allow you to absorb that. It's really only going to be used in tanking, like in main tanking, like a raid type of situation. Yeah, you don't really want to stay in shield stance. What class do you think makes an ideal first character, not including druid? Shaman. It's another good one. Necromancer is a good one because it's just very solo friendly. This dungeon's packed. There's a lot of mobs in this dungeon. Yeah, tons of mobs in this dungeon. Very, very tightly packed. I really don't like this weapon swapping gameplay. Not a fan. Not a fan. How much DPS do you lose if you just don't swap? It's not the DPS. That's the issue. It's the threat. So you don't lose a lot of DPS for it. It's basically, I'll tell you exactly how much DPS you lose. So I'm doing like 108 damage every time I do this, which is over 20 seconds. So it's an extra 108 damage every 20 seconds, but additional 500 threat. So it's basically 608 threat every 20 seconds, which is a significant amount of threat. It's harder to hold onto mobs without it. That's kind of a bummer. Yeah, you can. I mean, in this group, I'll be able to hold mobs pretty easily, threat-wise. I'm mostly just trying it out and testing it. So yeah, I don't like this kind of gameplay. You know, the stance dancing and weapon swapping and all that. I don't like it. Bards are going to end up having to do this a bunch, like a stupid amount, and I feel for bards, honestly. Hopefully you won't be forced into it with normal groups. Can you do it with one button, or is that not possible? No, I have to, like, you have to actually pick up the shield, swap it with your weapon, and swap it back. Like, there's no macros or anything like that you can do for weapon swapping, which is something that a lot of people have been talking about. I don't know if I like it or don't like it, but you know, it's whatever. That's not very one-handed sandwich gameplay style, like they said they wanted. Exactly. Well, that's the thing. I don't think they intend for you to play this way. The devs have often in this game made gameplay styles based on how they expect you to play it. But then they don't think about, well, how are people actually going to play it? You know, they just don't consider that, or they don't seem to consider that. Maybe they do, but they don't seem to consider it, and that's not good. You know, it's not good gameplay at all. Apparently, I guess our breath is bugged. Do you lose a lot of DPS while not dual wielding? Yeah, it's a considerable amount of DPS that you'll lose if you don't dual wield. So if you just go to, well, at higher levels, it is considerable amount. At lower levels, shield versus dual wielding is not a big difference because you're not really using your dual wield as often. It is absolutely a bigger difference. Oh my gosh. As you get higher level, because you're going to attack with your offhand a lot more. So now, well, I can't really show it to you right now because I'm using 2 slashing weapons. But what I've done before in the past is I showed like slashing versus, it might actually show actually. You slash, yeah, it doesn't say you slash with your offhand. Yeah, it does. Slash with your offhand for 34, 75, 75. So you can see that, like I can show my damage on the far right over there. Each one of these is offhand damage. The longer ones are offhand damage. So they, hang on, I gotta focus here. Estar's pulling like crazy. You can see how much damage I'm doing with my offhand over there, which is a lot more than I'm doing with my shield bash. Shield bash does about 108 damage every 20 seconds if it hits, whereas my offhand damage is doing anywhere from 1 to like 75 damage every potentially 3 seconds. And I can go up to triple attack with that. So I can do as much as like 225 damage every 3 seconds. So it's far better dual wield damage wise and threat wise. The only reason I'm willing to swap it is because of the extra threat. And slightly more damage. I mean, the shield, you know, swapping it for that every 20 seconds is worth it. Oh gosh, what the heck is happening? Why does he have aggro? Yeah, this is a terrible gameplay style. Like, I just do not like this swapping of stuff. God, it's awful. But it is the better way to play. Yeah, that'll definitely get me to move. It's true. What the heck is going on? Why are you guys keep taunting? Stop taunting! I don't know what's going on with that. This is gonna be... Oh my god. I wish Sword War was more viable without weapon swapping. Love the look of tanks with shields and not dual wielding. I do too. Yeah, I think it would be a lot better. But as long as they keep the game the way they currently have it, you're going to want to swap. Now, you could stay in just with a sword board. You could stay in that stance if you want to, sure. And you are a bit more defensive, but any fighter that stays in that stance is going to be less effective, or like stays with in the defensive, or not defensive stance, but with sword board is going to be less effective. Just period. Like they're just so you can do it if you want, but it kind of feels bad. Which again is like something that they want to do is they want classes or players to not feel like they have to min max to get the most out of their class. It was what it seems to be what the devs wanted, but it is absolutely not what they are doing with these changes. Like you can see here, I'm just constantly swapping my shield out. I don't have to do this, right? But yeah. Are the other tanks going to be two-handed mostly? Sword and board. Well, they're going to be two-handed or sword and board. They don't get dual wield the way that fighters get dual wield. So fighters get dual wield, the other tanks do not. So they're going to be probably two-handed most of the time for the extra threat. But what's probably going to end up happening is the exact same thing that that fighters are doing, is they're going to swap to shield and then swap back. Just to get that. But now the problem is they're going to have to do it. They're going to have to swap two things out. So it's a lot easier for the fighter to swap a shield for their offhand and then go back to dual wield, because they only have to swap one thing out. So, yeah. Let's see if this fixes fix that. Okay, cool. So yeah, we'll have to see what they do with them, but who knows? I also think they're going to too hard on the content instead of getting all the classes where they need to be. The classes definitely need to be worked on a lot. The content, I don't think they're going too hard on the content. They need a lot of content. But they really right now need to focus on the classes. I feel like the classes should be their #1 priority, because I feel like for the start of early access, it should be all the classes working the way they're supposed to, the trade skills working the way that they're supposed to. You know, they should have all the features in the game functioning the way they're supposed to. Then, through early access, it's just adding more content. That's, to me, what it should be. And some balancing changes and things like that. That, I wish that they would go that route. But to make the game the way that they're currently doing it, where they're like, oh, well, you know, whatever. We're going to be balancing. We're going to be adding in new abilities. We're going to be doing, like, throughout early access. That just makes it a beta. It's no longer early access. It's just a beta. I think they need to get money so they can go full-time. Oh, I agree with that. Pull everything? Wait, what are we doing? You want me to pull everything? From where? We need to pull the named. You're looking at Selka? Okay. I can pull stuff. There's another named back here, or a couple placeholders. Yeah, I am not a fan of this current gameplay for the fighter. Like I am highly considering swapping off of this class, depending on what they do with the other tanks. I feel like the fighter should be the overall best tank, but I don't know that it's going to be, depending on how they do things. Like, if they add with Paladin, if they give the Paladin a bunch of, like, smite type abilities, it might end up being the best overall tank if they give it a lot of smite that does a lot of damage. For example, like, does damage and threat. It could end up being by far the best tank. Because it's going to have more armor class, it's going to have health buffs, so it's going to have more armor class, more health. Just more utility with heals. It's just going to end up being all around better if they give it too much damage, which they'll probably do, to be honest. Like, they're probably going to screw that up. Did they say who was going to get the class deep dives next? Paladin, Inquisitor, Shaman are the next three. We don't know if they're coming together or what, but that's the order that Sean gave. So we'll see Paladin hopefully before early access ends, because I might end up going that route. Elementalist, yeah, Elementalist is like 5 or 6 down the road. Being curious what they do with Inquisitor. Me too. I'm curious what they're gonna do with all the tanks at this point. Like the fighter should be the most defensive and the most single target threat. Because it has 0 utility. Well, very little utility. It's got the least utility. Least utility, 0 healing, 0, well, very, very little CC. There's actually really almost no CC. So, like, it should clearly get the most tanking and most damage. Fighter's got DPS utility. We get Battle Cry, which gives us strength. So 15 strength to the group, which, you know, yeah, that adds a little bit of utility, I guess. But it's really not much different than, let's say, the Shadow Knight having a life tap aura that the entire group gets. You know, like that's very similar. Maybe they buff up the DPS utility. Maybe. Something like that would be good, yeah. All right, give me 1 second, guys. Be right back. Alrighty, sorry about that. I had to deal with something real quick. You guys going over all the classes? I was reading chat a little bit there, but I didn't see what you guys were saying. I saw that it popped up. Can't wait to try the game. Yeah, it's a fun game for sure. It's a fun game. I enjoy it thoroughly. I hate the mantle thing in these situations. Exactly. That's why I don't like it, man. Like I get it for certain gameplays and certain ways, but the whole season system, it just feels bad when you start to play the game. You know, like the way that, I don't want to say intended to be played, but the way that they have created this game to be played. We'll be farming. We just decided to come to Grimtide to kind of check it out. I don't know that we're farming anything specific. Just getting XP for Sam and killing a few named. There's like 3 named we can pull to this spot, something like that. I have the time and ability to heal and DPS some. I know it's lower level, but it's so hard to maintain any certain season. Yeah, it's rough, man. It's really rough. And it's like, is that the intent? Is it meant to be where you can't maintain a season, or like what's the idea there? You know? Have the AC changes made it in? They did, yeah. They made it in with the fighter change. Well, I guess just part of the fighter, cleric, monk changes to the last update. They did make the AC mean more. They've kind of refactored it, I guess, to make it to where it actually does deal with the bonus damage. So now it mitigates all damage, which is what it's supposed to do in the first place. Hope they buff damage, because the AC mitigation, more it seems like tanks aren't taking much damage. They are not, yeah. They're definitely taking a lot less. It's a very noticeable change, yeah. Taking considerably less damage, which is good, But what they said they were going to do is with the changes, they would increase the damage that enemies are doing, supposedly. So we'll see what happens with that. Feels like choose one or the other, but if I only heal, here it's boring. If I DPS, I'm just cycling through seasons and need to heal a little so I can go all DPS, yeah. But as someone said on the Druid forums, first world Druid problems, this is true. This is true. First world Druid problems. Druids definitely kind of have... They got one of the best boats to be in right now. Like if they're gonna have any negatives, a negative of having to deal with their seasons isn't really that rough. Druid is still pretty awesome. Druid is still one of the more powerful classes in the game. Yeah, it's good. It's good at damage. It's good at healing. It's got great buffs and CC and just all sorts of things. It's just really good in general. So, yeah. Druids are like 20% of the entire player base by themselves. Yeah, they are. They're a lot. A lot of people playing Druid. At least I did not get Wizard or Rogue Shaft. Yeah. Enchanters in a good place. Enchanters right now are unchanged, really. They're still very powerful with their charm. But once you take away charm, it's not going to take it away. But we'll have to see what they do with the changes to charm. Even after that, though, if they completely remove charm, enchanters would still be in a very good place. So I think enchanters are going to be just fine. There will be people, however, that disagree with that. For sure. Hey, what's going on, Rising Raven? How you doing, bud? Oh my goodness, a shark. It's a land shark. Enchanters are probably the most busted class at the moment. Yeah, with Charm, because of Charm, they are for sure. Take away Charm, and Enchanter's solo ability will drop drastically. They still can do a lot, but they won't be able to necessarily kill a lot of enemies, right? They can run around and mez things all day and mana drain and do all sorts of weird things like that. But they won't be defeating enemies and getting loot and all, you know, like Charm is what allows them to do that. Charm is really the thing that makes them busted. Without that, yeah, they wouldn't be nearly as bad. Mantle of the Shark Mother. That's pretty good for, I would say Spellblade. It's a really good item for Spellblade right there. Or maybe Beastmaster if you don't have anything better. Since you can't go backwards in seasons, I use Spring for spamming DPS and Autumn for heals. Yeah, the whole thing just kind of feels bad to me. I feel like it's just not, yeah, it's just not good. What do you have? Rimflesh Spalders, Strength and Agility. Yeah, I would say Strength is better overall. You could use those shoulders. Yeah, ask Isar. I think Isar looted them. I didn't loot them, so I have no idea who's got those. He might hold them for you. I don't know what the plan is. I'm only kind of reading chat. In-game chat, group chat stuff. With the AC changes, how's Monks tanking? I'm not 100% sure, but I think they still take quite a bit of damage because they're still only wearing leather. So their overall AC is still going to be relatively low. But they can use their whatever stance it is. Their oh my god, what stance is it called? I forget which one it is now, but it's basically their defensive stance, and it gives them more armor class and stuff. So it's not bad. Monks aren't main tanks; they're off tanks. Stop trying to make monks tanks on monk. Yeah, they're definitely not tanks. They can tank for a group in a pinch. I would not recommend keeping them as a tank for long periods, but. They can definitely do some stuff. Not trying to main tank, just want to know how it feels compared to before. It's probably better than before. Well, it's definitely better than before because any armor class is going to be beneficial now. So they'll be taking less damage than before, just from wearing the leather armor. They also have a new ability when they're using a two-handed staff that kind of like twirls it around or whatever. They have a two-handed staff ability that allows them to like block or dodge or something a bunch. I don't know exactly what it does, but it's Reflects projectiles, something like that. I don't know. It does something defensive like. Tide Caller Selka. We can get a key. The key, the key. I'm waiting on the rest of the deep dives before choosing my tank, seeing SK being second to last. I hope they're in before EA. The devs seem to want to try to get them in before EA. They definitely seem to want to try to get them in before EA, but we'll see what happens. You want to loot the key? I don't know if I can. Is it no trade? I have one in the bank. Or sorry, it's unique. Let me see if I can. Yeah, I can't loot it because I've got one in the bank. I forgot to bring it with me. Too bad there isn't a way to send you to bind and recall you back to group. Yeah, it's all good. There should be, though. Well, there is a way to send you to bind, but then recalling you back to group, no. If you have a wizard in your party, you can send somebody to their bind. It's not enough. It's not enough. Quit killing my peeps. Oh, yeah, they're goblins. They are goblins. This is again one of those situations where we have 5 people in our group and we're doing these camps, right? So we're able to pull like three or four named mobs and keep all of that content clear. But if another group decides to come in here, whether they're 1 player or 6 players or anything in between, doesn't matter, they could claim a camp. They could claim our like one of the named, and the other name would become free for all. Oh, I didn't even notice this guy here. My bad. My bad, my bad. What dungeon is this? This is Grimtide Sanctum. Overall, the best dungeon in the game, in my opinion. Kind of like the concept of Glinting Hollow. The concept of Glinting Hollow is okay, yeah. Needs a bit more tweaking to it. But yeah, the concept is really cool. I actually like it. I wish that you didn't have to carry around 6 keys to go through the dungeon. I think that's kind of silly. That you need to carry around so many stinking keys. But, yeah, the concept is okay. What zone? Yeah, this is in Shallow Shoals. It is not easy to get to. But it's in Shallow Shoals. You have to swim underwater into a cave, like an underwater cave. And then it goes into the zone. What the heck is going on? There we go. Grimtide mobs also start at 48. Something like that. Something like that, yeah. 48, and they go up to like 50 something. I would not recommend coming to this zone before like 45. And if you come at 45, you better be with a full group, and that full group better know what the heck they're doing. If you come here for the first time, low level, and you don't know, and you don't know what you're doing, it's gonna be a rough time for everyone involved. This game looks amazing. It's really good. It's a very, very good game. Yeah. They're doing a lot of things right. We must have missed looting one of these rift shapers. E-Star is a pulling machine right now, non-stop. Let's see if we can get we're not gonna get a break here to do this, so we're just gonna do it while we're fighting, I guess. That's the good and bad about this zone. Is there's no breaks. There's so many mobs here that are just jammed in with each other. There's no, literally zero downtime here. Yeah, this weapon swapping down here doesn't seem to work very well either. Like it doesn't take it out of the bar, the hot bar. It's kind of annoying actually. It's hard to know what oop, I guess we're doing this one. It's hard to know what I've picked up sometimes. Found it works better if I drag the empty slots I want to swap things from instead of the items for hotkeys. Oh, just drag the actual empty slot and don't have an item with it or in it when you create it. Yeah, maybe I'll try that. Like if I take this out and just put this back in. And take this out. See if that works. Yeah, that does seem to work better. Well, for now it does. Anyway, we'll test it out some more. At least I know, like, when I pick something up, you know, like I know that I've actually picked it up. Oh, whoops. Was this here the whole time? Deep Cirrus? I didn't see that there. Just kind of sitting there chilling. Is there an AC cap? Not that I'm aware of. I have never hit a cap with AC, and I've gotten it up to like 550 or so. But there could be. Was wondering if you benefit from AC buffs still? Yeah, I'll still benefit from them for sure. Every bit of AC helps. I wonder if wonder what I can make with these goblin, all this goblin meat. The heck? Oh, there you go. There's the Van Bracers. Vor, I'm sure, needs those. Need a wisdom enchant now? Alright, we can do that. We'll have to, I need to break down some items. We haven't really been breaking down items lately. Some of the people we've had in our groups have been wanting some of the items. And some of the items have just been too good to break down. Don't bring down the mask? I haven't. Yeah, I still have the mask. Yeah, we haven't had a lot of things to disenchant lately. Mantle of the Shark Mother? I haven't disenchanted that either. I don't even have that. Isar's got that one. I'm getting lots of goblin meat. Hopefully we can turn that goblin meat into something good. Like goblin fillets plus strength. Probably more like plus dexterity and agility. Yeah, I can pull for a little bit. Gotta figure out where we're pulling from here. I hate running around this place with when I'm short. It really sucks. We need like an enlarge spell, not just a shrink spell. Something to make me taller so I can not move so slowly in the water. My trade-off for the jump somersault? I don't know about all that. Why can that... What the heck? Hmm. Oh no, I'm stunned. Don't stun me. Did it get it? Oh my god. I don't think we need to... Well, I guess we could kill that one. It doesn't matter. feel like there should be a name that spawns inside that room. Like, it's kind of weird that there isn't a name that spawns in there. It could spawn in that one side room with the 2 or 3 mobs that spawn in it. I feel like that should be like a special spot though. Like, I don't know, it just seems more special than the other locations, you know? What the heck is that? Really like this place. It's a really cool dungeon, yeah. It is my favorite dungeon by far. That's the wall, the force wall graphic? Is that what that is? Okay. Interesting. Good evening. How you doing, Ark? Trying to figure out how to write up my thoughts on the fighter rework. Yeah? Good or bad overall? I'm kind of indifferent on them personally. Like, they're not good nor bad. They're kind of middle of the road. I think that I like the Juggernaut change. I think that the additional defensive ability with the shield, being able to absorb some damage, is nice to have, especially for soloing. It allows them to solo a little bit, but I feel like overall that ability is going to go mostly unused. It's just not. It's not an ability that that's worth putting on your bar most of the time. And you're basically gonna lose out on threat and lose out on damage for what, 350 health that lasts for a total of 5 seconds. But I mean, I don't know. Overall, I would say that they're not bad changes, but they're not great changes. As someone who has played WoW Warrior since vanilla to Shadowlands, I already see a huge problem is just having a button you need to push on cooldown all the time is just pointless busy work for very little payout. There's no thought required. You are correct. You are correct. Yeah, this class is very much a spam one button over and over and over class, which I don't necessarily mind. It definitely makes it an easy class to play, but it, like you said, there is no thought in there, right? It's just hit button, cooldown done, hit button is basically it. What? How did I get stunned from the front? I must have actually done a stun ability there. What if the offensive abilities were all passive or procs? I was hoping that they would get a riposte, a passive riposte ability. Yeah. The more I thought about it, and after thinking about the P99 playing, I realized a solution to this. So yeah, I was really hoping we'd get riposte, just like a passive ability that when you get attacked, you have a chance to deflect. And retaliate, you know? The active abilities are your things like taunt, stuns, interrupts. So your skill comes from using your toolkit to control the fight. I mean, maybe, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't think they want it to be too active. Like too much of an active class where you have to pay a ton of attention to all of your abilities. I don't think they want that. But there's also basically zero choice. It's just, you know, ability available, hit ability. There's really no, there's really nothing else to it. So. But you can repost stuff on the new forum, so at least you got that going for you. Active abilities were things like taunt, stuns, interrupts. Yeah. Which class? I'm on the fighter at the moment. Right up, I'm going to discuss things. Things in more detail and fix a lot of the pointless button mashing on cooldown instead of try to show my idea of making a lot of the new skills passive. Weapon styles like sword, board. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Yeah, definitely give them your feedback, see what they say. I don't think they're going to change much at this point. I mean, they're in the process of changing all of the classes currently. So, yeah, I don't suspect that much is going to change. Outside of what they've got right now, they might just like a few small tweaks, maybe. But like the overall play style, I don't think it's going to change much. They seem to be set in their ways on what they want to do. Whether we agree or disagree. Can we play too? It says beta invite. You can if you opt in and they select you. So go to their website, monstersmemories.com, create an account, and opt in for the beta, and you might get selected. Every Friday they do it. You can also get in if somebody has a friend key. There's like when you get selected, you get a friend pass as well, so you can play with your friends. So if you can find somebody that doesn't have a friend or has an extra friend key, you can have them invite you. So those are the two ways you can get in currently. I know, but they did mention they might reapproach it later at a later date, but it's better to say now rather than forget the idea. Oh, no, yeah, for sure. Absolutely let them know. I say let them know everything. I mean, I let them know everything that I'm thinking all the time. All they got to do is come into the stream and listen. Whether they will or not is a different story, but yeah. Friends got a key, but only for PvP server. Did they fail something? No, they just opted in for the PvP server. Which is a separate opt-in. If you opt in, if you really want to play and you don't mind playing on the PvP server, you can opt in on the PvP server and you will most likely get in on Friday. Like you have a much better chance of getting in on the PvP server. The problem with that is you're now on the PvP server, which, in my opinion, is a terrible way to play this game. But some people like it, so it just depends on you and what you like and what you don't like. But yeah, I am not personally a fan of it. Is it away from the access PvE too? By opting in on the PvE server, yeah. I mean, you could try to go on the forums, but I don't know. It's a whole thing right now. I personally feel like some people pretend to like it. There are people that pretend to like it, yeah. I feel like they need to or should give people that are on the PvP server access to the PvE server just to see how many people will actually switch. I suspect most people will switch if given the opportunity. But, you know, at this point, it's almost too late. There's only 6 weeks left in the beta. And then they're wiping everything anyway. So, you know. That's how it is. They've said EA will not get wiped. Yeah. Do you think EA characters will also get? No. Yeah. They're not planning on wiping at all after EA starts. Is it the highest dungeon? Yes, it's technically the highest dungeon. If you count like actual zone in to a dungeon. There are like above ground dungeons, I guess, or like overworld dungeons that you don't zone into. They're just part of zones. But if you want to talk about like a standalone zone, then yes, this would be the highest dungeon. Right now. They're supposed to be adding in Fallen Watch, which is going to be the highest dungeon when they add that in. My day's going okay. How's your day going? Just kind of hanging in there, you know? Just chilling out. Could always be better, could always be worse. Hope they give keys to streamers to give away. They've given some keys to some streamers. They have yet to give me any. I also have not asked for any, and some people are saying that the streamers that got keys to give away specifically asked for those keys. So, I don't know. You'll message them for me? I appreciate that. I wouldn't recommend bugging the devs, but squeaky wheel gets grease. They sure do. They sure do. Yeah, I don't generally ask for stuff. You know, if they want to give me some keys, I'll take them and I'll give them away to you guys. I have no need for any. I don't have any need for access at this point. I've got my own access and plenty of characters that I can log in and stuff. I know some people were like guild leaders were given a bunch of keys for their guild and then used up several of them for themselves and made their own. Just made alts, made a bunch of alts, which felt really bad, I'm sure. Just the whole situation there. But yeah. What zone is this? This is called Grimtide Sanctum. Wish I could give my key away now that I'm no longer using it. Oh, you could. I mean, you could theoretically give your account to somebody. There's nothing against that. You can't sell accounts. You can't, like, you know, do anything like that. But if you want to just give your account to somebody, I mean, that's totally up to you and how you want to deal with it. But know that whoever you give it to, if they do something bad and get it banned or something, you know, all that jazz. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend doing that kind of stuff. What is this? Cursed Radiant Blade. Well, I'll use that. Minorly famous for being stuck at the zone line. Oh yeah, yeah, that happens to a lot of us. Sweet Santa Blade. Name, what is that? It's the best, one of the best weapons in the game prior to raids. I'll show it to you here in a second. Let me put these buffs on. There's your stats on it though, right there. There's 2 weapons in the game that are raid weapons, and that's one of them. I just never happened to get it from the raid bosses. The best hand-to-hand weapons. There's the Hadir Fist. Is probably ultimately the best hand-to-hand weapon in the game. Oh my god. I am way overweight. I'm gonna have to get rid of all this copper. Get to the copper. Get rid of this stuff. Destroy. Any chance fire back up the zone tours for newly added content? We'll see. I haven't had a chance to really run around and do them. I've been doing a lot of this lately where we're just kind of camping mobs and kind of showing off different zones and different camps and items and things. This is pretty much all I've been doing the last several weeks. I wanted to also go over or show off the fighter changes and the monk changes and all that. So we've kind of been focusing on that since those happened. I would love to do the zone tours though, going through more of the zones. Do you think there's going to be enough in-game content at EA release? Oh no, not even remotely close. There will be some, but enough? No. You're gonna need a lot more For the type of people that want to do in-game content, they're going to burn through that content so quickly. Yeah, there's not going to be nearly enough. But we'll see what they do. We haven't even seen the expeditions yet, so there's like a whole expedition system that they have not introduced so far, which kind of scares me a little bit because not to pick on the devs too much here, but they don't really test things very well on a player standpoint, right? They might test things on the closed, like their test server, and it works, and they're like, okay, good to go. But then when they actually put it out to us, the players, on the beta server, half the time the stuff doesn't work right. So I'm a little bit nervous that their expedition system will just be a buggy mess once it does finally come in. But once they get that expedition system working properly, that could potentially be a ton of content that they could be releasing for us. Like a stupid amount of content, depending on what they do with it. Because it's basically where you get an expedition and you go on an expedition and you get to an island, and that island has a bunch of things that you can do on it, like in-game type of things that you can do, from harvesting nodes, killing monsters, etc. And then it's going to have a whole dungeon that's supposed to be for multi-group encounters or raid bosses. And they could put in, if they want to, like 10 mobs in there or something, which could be tons of content for players to have to go through. But that stuff's not currently in the game, so who knows what they're actually going to do with that. But it could be really cool once they get it in there. I feel like there's a lot of missing from their state of play. There's a ton missing from their state of play. Yeah, like a stupid amount of stuff that's missing. These classes that are not in the game currently. All of that, and the balancing of that. There's a bunch of stuff. Like it's kind of ridiculous how much work they have ahead of them. It's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot. And they're slowly getting it done. I'm not trying to pick on anybody here, but there's a lot of work ahead of them. Not only the classes, but even the plans aren't released. Yeah, there's a lot. So we'll just have to see what they do. You want to give credit for the stuff they have done? No, they've done a lot. Yeah, I'll give them lots of credit for the stuff they have done, for sure. Yeah, this game is great. What's this, a diamond? Yeah, this game is definitely great. They have done quite a bit of work with it, and I appreciate that, for sure. Excited for the deep. Me too. Yeah. Do you think they should delay EA to pursue the missing things? I think delaying any further would be detrimental to them. Much more detrimental than it will be beneficial for them. So I do not think that delaying it is a good idea. Again, they've delayed enough. I think the problem was they delayed to make the game in a better state for the start of early access, but in fact I don't want to say made it worse, but they didn't make it better. They just kind of added more work to themselves. So it's kind of They could have released back in June, and it would have been kind of in the same place that it is today. Different bugs and different issues, but overall the same kind of problems. So I don't know. I think the game's ready for early access. I would prefer it to be more polished on the feature side, like classes being more fleshed out and more balanced, and more systems being in, and trade skills being a little bit better, itemization being a little bit in a better state. That's what I would prefer. And then they just work on content for the remainder of early access. But yeah, that's just at this point wishful thinking, unfortunately. Like that's just not, it's not going to happen. So we're basically, where I'm getting at is early access will very much be a beta state. It's still going to feel a lot like beta. A lot of bugs, a lot of things that just don't work properly, a lot of things coming down the pipeline that are just not in game yet. Patching issues where like a patch comes in and it breaks 15 other things. A lot of stuff like that. But they deserve to start making some money. So hopefully, when they start making some money, they can put in a little extra work into it, depending on how much they're making, obviously. One thing I will say, though, is once they start charging people, they can no longer be like, volunteer team, every time that something bad happens. Every time somebody complains about something or things taking too long, it's going to be hard for them to be like, hey, it's a volunteer team. Because it's no longer a volunteer team once we start paying, as we're paying customers. So we'll see what happens with it. I'm cautiously optimistic about it. But yeah, we'll see. I think it comes across wrong to some, but it's not about giving credit for what's been accomplished. It's keeping the same volunteer mentality this far into development and this close to profit. Yeah, exactly. Like, I get it, that volunteer mentality. Like, I totally understand where they're coming from with that, and they have done a lot as a volunteer team, right? I'm going to absolutely give them credit for that. But at some point, it becomes an investment and no longer volunteer, right? It's like any company that you start up. Doesn't matter what the company is, you have to invest in that company up front to then get something out of it later, right? This is the investment phase. They are putting money and time and energy and whatever into the game in hopes that later on it turns into a profit. Like, that's just business 101. But anyway, yeah, I don't want people to think that I'm just hating on the devs, because I'm not. I'm not trying to hate on anybody. But it definitely is one of those situations where the whole volunteer mentality is it's going to have to go soon. You can't lean on that one forever. Unless they made the game completely free, right? If they did this 100% as a free-to-play game and never charged anyone anything, then sure, say that all day. It's the right time to be critical. That's how I look at it. Yeah, like being critical without being like harsh. I'm not trying to be mean and be like, you guys suck. No, I'm not going to do that kind of thing, you know. Even though there are people that do that. But you know, we do have to talk about like the elephant in the room. Yeah, I'm Criddle Cow. Exactly. No, I absolutely like. I'm probably. I'm probably one of the more critical people of this game. I will admit that, but I am also at the same time probably one of the biggest supporters of this game. Right? Like I stream it literally every day, and show it off every day and make content for it and all that. Like I'm a very big supporter of the game, but I am also a very critical of it. Very yeah, like I'm trying to help them shape a good, solid game for us to play. You know, and there's certain things that we have to talk about, and they're tough topics. They're very tough topics. But you know, we can't praise them on everything they do, but we also can't be critical of them on everything they do. We kind of have to do a bit of both. I feel like some people, I've literally had people come in to my stream and tell me that I'm just a Monsters in Memory shill and all I say are positive things, which is kind of weird when people say that because I'm probably more negative than I am positive. But then I have people that come in and say the exact opposite of that. And it's kind of weird. I'm like, I don't understand how people can tell me that I'm both the most negative and the most positive about this game. I'm literally both. It's really strange. So, yeah. This is the most important time in development there will be. Give credit where it's due, but emphasize past attempts begin falling off, seal their fates. Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly how I feel about it, for sure. You know, I love what they're doing with this game. Absolutely love it. You know, I just thought about an ability that I feel like paladins need is an intercede type of ability. An ability where they can charge to group members, target a group member and charge to them and do like a defensive stance for that group member. So when they get aggro, they can like reduce their damage that they receive, or they can, I don't know, something like that. That would be a really cool, like intercept, yeah, like an intercept type ability. Reduce their damage, lower their threat. They added in a lower threat ability called Vanguard on the fighter. Not really worth using, I've noticed. In my opinion, it's not worth using. But, yeah. But yeah, something like that would be really cool. I think it's a timing thing. Like if you just watch for 30 minutes, then out, you may have heard the positive rant and not the negative. Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that, Old. Like, I think people come in, they hear me talking about one thing, and then they assume that the rest of the stream is all negative or all positive, and they don't give it enough time. And that's okay. Like, I understand people they don't want to stick around in a stream for hours and hours and hours, but yeah. So, yeah. Oh boy. Ooh, that almost feared me. Oh my gosh. And I didn't get feared, thank goodness. This weapon you're using, I'm using, this is probably the weapon you're asking about, is the Cursed Radiant Blade. Sorry if this was asked before, but what level range is this dungeon? I wouldn't come in here before level 45. But I would recommend being in your 50s with a full group. It's a very very challenging dungeon. There's a lot of mobs. A lot of abilities, a lot of things going on. Yeah, the mobs are like, they start around level 48, like high 40s. So theoretically, you could come in here in the mid to high 40s, but it would be really rough to do in the mid to high 40s, for sure. You need knowledge and teamwork to get into that, but if you mess up, there's nowhere to run. Yeah, there is absolutely nowhere to run, for sure. And the corpse run will be... the corpse run is extremely rough. Yeah, coming back here. Can't wait to try this game. Hope you're enjoying it. I am, yeah. I'm having a lot of fun with the game. I think it's great. Even the most masochistic won't constantly play and stream games they hate. It's important to manage that echo chamber, but I think Sean does understand where EQ and the others went wrong. I hope so, yeah. Yeah, I won't play a game that I absolutely hate. In fact, if I hate a game or the company, I won't play their game, period. EverQuest Legends, I do not like Daybreak. I just don't like the company. I don't like what they're doing. So I refuse to play EverQuest Legends. So, you know, that's the thing to me is what I hope people recognize is that I'm not going to play a game just to hate on it. I just don't play the games that I don't like. Same thing with Pantheon right now. Like, I'm not a fan of Pantheon and what they're doing with that game, what the company's doing. So I'm just kind of, you know, whatever. What's your opinion on getting groups like level 50 plus, but it's super hard to get a group as a solo player? I feel like everyone is in their static groups. It can be definitely very tough to get into a group as a solo player if you're trying to pug. It can be hard, especially at higher levels. People generally don't want to. There's a couple problems with it. There's multiple problems with it. One is people don't really want to put in the effort to put a group together, right? That's one part. If you're willing to put in the effort to put a group together, then you can probably create a group if you can find the right classes. So that's one thing. Another one is as you get higher level, you start to realize that larger groups are less efficient and they do not get you as much rewards. So it's not worth it to have a larger group, and people tend to get their groups of like duos and trios, or they get their static groups and they will play with them, and there's no reason to add additional people that are pugs because it's a net negative for them XP wise to do so. So that's a second problem. A third problem is the beta's been around now for several months. People are starting to kind of get in their groove, play it when they want to. They realize now that for early access, the game is going to be wiped, and they don't really care, to continue playing and continue pushing and grinding out levels. So there's just so many different issues with grouping currently. It's kind of hard to continue playing solo and trying to like pug things. So like I feel for you guys that are trying to do that. It's definitely rough, but that's just going to be how the game is probably through the rest of beta, unfortunately. What's the best duo? SK and something else? SK is good for a duo, yeah. Pretty much any melee with a Shadow Knight is really good. So your monk, fighter, Shadow Knight, or not with a Shadow Knight, with a shaman. Your monk, your fighter, your Shadow Knight, paladin, inquisitor, any type of melee with a shaman is a really solid duo. And then some other groups as well, like putting an enchanter with a druid is a really good duo. There's a lot of different weird combinations you can do. I'm sure grouping difficulty in that regard will be alleviated when there's permanence in the return, the time invested. Yeah, that's there's a lot of that. When people have their characters, when when people have their characters that are more permanent, yeah, that's definitely going to happen. Having a blast leveling your archer. Only level 15, but so much fun. Yeah, archers do great DPS. Also, at higher level, people might be hesitant to invite strangers because you don't know how well they play. One bad player can potentially wipe a whole party, costing everyone XP. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, that's definitely a thing. But if they incentivize grouping enough, then people will invite more people to their party, right? Absolutely invite more people to their party. You guys getting decent loot from those bosses? There's some decent stuff in here, yes. Not like, nothing amazing, but there's a few decent items. This was this sword on that one, which is, okay. Not amazing, but okay. Alright, I think we're getting out of here. Oh, that group stuff as well. I'm level 50 tanks, and there's consistently 3+ dudes higher level than me, and of course they're going to be picked instead of me, so I'm left hanging in LFG. I mean, a level 50 tank, I feel like, should have an easier time getting a group than a lot of other classes, because there's not many tanks being played, especially at the higher level. So yeah. I would say grab a healer, like, make your own group, and you'll probably have a better time. Like, try to actually put your own group together and grab a healer. And then just if a tank and a healer are together, you have a group. Go do whatever you want to do. Add people if you want to. You don't really need to, though. But if you have a tank and a healer, you're good. You're golden. Nothing more needs to happen. Wish I could reorganize my skill page, having defense above language and martial and meditation below leatherworking and lumberjacking, the alphabetical. Oh, you're talking about this page right here? Yeah, it should all be in alphabetical, is it not? The ES servers will look like. I don't think beta servers are very populated versus what's expected on EA. EA is going to have a lot more players for sure. I expect there to be like 30 to 50,000 people playing this game, and the EA servers are going to, at the start of sometime in October, right? 30 to 50,000 people, which means that the servers are probably going to have 5,000+ at a time on them. And people will be willing to play more for early access than they will for the beta. Like, the beta is going to be ending in approximately 6 weeks, so there's just not a lot of time left to really do much. So, might be the next big thing. It could be. It could be. Night Harbor's lagging with 200 people in it. Going to be fun to see. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Did they fix the lag some? I think they fixed some of that lag, but I don't know how much they fixed. It seems to be better. I haven't really hung out in Night Harbor in a while, but it seems to be better. It was lagging yesterday with 238 people, but it's way better than it used to be, for sure. That's not good. Yeah, I don't know why it was lagging. It's weird. All right, I've got all of this garbage in my inventory I got to figure out what to do with, but I'm not going to do that today. I'm going to do that tomorrow. For today, I'm going to go ahead and jump off of here. I've been streaming for a long time today. I've been streaming for a long time today, and I'm just kind of spent. You know what I mean? It's kind of spent. Oh, I guess I didn't get Speed of the Wild, did I? Whoops. Yay, thanks, for. Appreciate you, bud. Let me go run over here. But anyway, I appreciate everybody being here. It's been fun. It's been awesome. We've had a pretty good day of discussions and chatting and all that kind of stuff. A good day in Grimtide, just kind of slaying monsters. But yeah, thank you so much for being here. I'll be back on here tomorrow morning around 9 a.m. Eastern, doing more of Monsters and Memories and chatting about it and all of that fun stuff. And yeah, we'll be continuing going through the week. Take care, everyone. Have a good one. And hopefully I see you all next time.